Well, I'll call this meeting to order. Begin with, I need an approval of the minutes as emailed this time, so
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the September 16th, 2014 minutes as looked at today.
I hear a second. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
So carried. Mr. Rufus, you're up.
Item that we have is the approval of fiscal year 2014 annual internal audit report. This report is required by Texas Internal Auditing Act, Government Code 2102. It was actually due November 1, 2014, and was submitted on time pending the Commission's approval. Page 2 of the report basically showed the audit plan for fiscal year 2014. Each audit was completed. Page 9 shows our proposed internal audit plan, which I will be presenting in a few minutes for 2015 and 2016. The internal auditor needs the approval of these reports.
Everybody had a chance to look at this?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the FY 2014 annual audit report.
Second.
Here a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
So carried. Okay.
Next item here is the fiscal year 2015 and 2016 internal audit plan. Before I begin, I'd like to also introduce my long-term associate, Mr. Robert Gonzalez, CPA. Okay. Due to the timing of the audit plan, we are proposing a 2-year plan, which is the fiscal year 2015 and 2016. As the internal auditor for the agency, we are required by Texas Internal Auditing Act to prepare an audit plan and present it to the government board for approval. And in order to prepare the audit plan for fiscal year 2015 and 2016, we did a risk assessment. As a part of that risk assessment, we reviewed the audit plan, the strategic plan for the agency, the legislative appropriation request, annual financial reports, operating budgets, report from the state auditor's office or other agencies, and any other reports or documents that we found pertinent to our assessment. Additionally, we did survey or interview division heads within the agency. And based on the above, we identified what we call areas of interest. If you go to page 8 of the audit plan, it has the areas of interest starting from information system security, information system development, performance measures, all the way to page 9, federal funds management, in no particular order. And we also identified the criteria which we listed on page 9 of the audit plan, which we actually call the risk factors. These criteria include the exposure level. In essence, if something were to happen within the agency, how it would impact, or if something were to happen within an auditable unit, how that would impact the agency. The complexity of a particular unit, how complex is it, to administer that particular program within the agency. The next one is the materiality level, which is the dollar amount that flows through within that particular auditable unit or area of interest. The quality of internal control, that's very, very important. Almost every auditable unit within the agency we have looked at in the past. So we're quite familiar with the controls that are in place. So we'll look at the controls in place within that particular auditable unit. Changes in systems and processes. If anything has happened within that process in the past, it could even be a very knowledgeable employee that retired within that process. Or it could even be changes made by the state or by the government of the state of Texas. How those changes impact that particular area of interest. The result of last audit, if an area has been looked at in the past, we'll look at the results of that particular audit as part of our risk assessment. Extent of other coverage or controls. We'll look at if anybody else other than the internal audit division actually looking at that area. And the next one is the normal audit interval. The last time that particular area has been looked at by the internal auditor or by someone else. So we did assign a risk factor of 1 through 5 to each area of interest. And some of the criteria, we have the quality of control, exposure level, and changes in systems and processes, weighed a little higher than the other ones. So we came up with the total risk for each area of interest and ranking each area of interest. So after determining the total risk, we were able to determine the high-risk areas, the moderate areas, and low-risk areas. Now, just because an area is classified as low-risk has nothing whatsoever to do with how the organization is being run or how that particular unit is being run. It's just that when we add all the risk factors together, it will come up either high, moderate, or low. So as a result of our risk assessment, as shown on page 14 of the audit plan.
Just a minute, just before you go back, let's just take Region 5, field office in Beeville on page 9.
Okay.
Now, what kind of factors would go into that to make that a high risk?
It would be, the first one would be the exposure level.
Okay?
Okay, and the next one is complexity. The other one is dollar amount. The quality of control, we have looked at that before, Beeville, when we were there.
Yeah, if you remember, they looked at it about a year ago.
Yes.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
there were some minor problems there, so.
We had a staff change too.
We've had three staff,
Yeah.
3 vets in 4 years or something. So it's partially a result of what we already found. And so we're gonna go back.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Okay. So as a result of that risk assessment, we're recommending the following audit. For fiscal year 2015, the program records management, the Region 4 office, Mount Pleasant, Texas, information systems, business continuity, follow-up on prior internal audit recommendation for this Region 7 office, Rockdale. And then for fiscal year 2016, we are recommending the State Federal Lab, Region 1 office in Amarillo, federal funds management, and follow-up on prior audit recommendation. And the Region 5 office, and also there was an audit done by the Comptroller's office on post-payment. We will do a follow-up on that recommendation made by the Comptroller's office. And I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
And I'll just add that, Gene and I and some of our other managers have been involved in these decisions, and so we're aware and agree with the result, the suggested plan.
Well, I like the 2-year plan. I think that's a excellent way to go with this, instead of, because there's so much overlapping. And so, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the audit plan for 2015-2016 as discussed today.
I second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, any questions? If not, I'll ask for approval. Aye. Motion carried. All right, I think this was a quick one.
Now the work begins, right?
Where's our fearless leader? He would Are there any public comments? I didn't hear any. All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
So we'll move. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I would like to welcome everybody to the 391st Commission meeting. Welcome everybody here, and thank everybody for being here. Please, if you have your cell phone with you, I've already checked mine, make sure it's either on silent or off. And our first order of business is I would ask for approval of the minutes of the 390th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of the 390th Commission meeting, and I'd like to also add that they always are very well done, and I know somebody does a great job, whoever it is.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of the 390th meeting. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Who does compile the minutes?
Sally makes sure that I'm not messed up, so I'm going to go ahead and
I think it's Amanda.
share the praise with Sally.
Don't give her a big
Thank you all.
head
And,
yet,
our next agenda item is with Dr. Ellis, and before I ask Dr. Ellis to step up, we always recognize our staff. We have a wonderful staff here, and a lot of our staff members get recognition, and I would like to give a little recognition to our Executive Director, Dr. Ellis. He was recognized and awarded the 2014 International Association of Emergency Managers Career Excellence Award. It's recognizes a national leader who's made significant contributions throughout his career to promote and improve the emergency management professionals in the USA. This is the very first time this award has been given to a veterinarian, and I think it's important that we recognize Dr. Ellis for his achievements. And then with that, we'll move to item 3, and with the report of the Executive Director. Dr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. Everyone's here. This is great. You have a copy of my report from the book. As always, it's just bullet points. I'll talk to y'all and answer questions as we go. And also, I sent this to y'all yesterday by email, so I hope y'all found that helpful as well. Start off with agency business, and obviously the time of the year and the year that it is, the legislative session has all of our attention. And Mary is going to, our legislative liaison, Mary's going to give a brief update on that with Gene and his part of the talk. So I'm not going to dwell on it a lot, other than just let you know that there's a lot of preparation and ongoing reaction and response to requests for information. And I want to thank our financial department for, it seems like every day they get a new request for something related to money. So from Marissa Smith, Steve Lynn, and all the folks in financial services, thank you all for the job you do, because it's never ending and it's sometimes thankless. So we appreciate that. As you can see here, I'm going to talk in just a minute about a couple of significant disease events going on with both fever ticks and with tuberculosis and some dairies. They are impacting our budget in the short term and the long term both. And the financial figures here were crunched out by the people I just thanked. They were checked, they were rechecked, they're a result of work measures. Our folks, everything we do, every minute of every day, we try and code to some federal cooperative or some disease program so we can track the amount of time. And so these figures are hard, they're not soft, they're not made up. And we're going to try and work with our legislative budget board and the governor's office and the folks downtown on these issues to answer any questions and just raise awareness, and whether the agency gets any money more in this session or next, that's entirely up to them. This is a real deficit. Part of our problem is that we don't have a lot of transparency on, one, the scope of the work that's impacting the short term, and two, some of the federal money that we get can't depend on when you're going to get it. And so in theory, we would get a draw right before the end of August on our first cooperative for next fiscal year. A lot of times, though, especially if there's any kind of shutdown or government changes, it may be months and months and months until we get that money. And with the hard deadline at the end of August, we can't carry money over. We have no budget flexibility on the state funds. They're either zeroed out or they're given back at the end of the year. And so some of this, if it was the year within the biennium, we would still need the same amount of money, but we'd have more flexibility to pull funds out of the next year's fiscal year, state funds, to get us through the short term. We don't have that opportunity here. So what you have here is a result of a lot of work, a lot of discussion, and bottom line, right now we're spending, excuse me, $100,000 a month on county fever tick response. Got some maps up there, and I'll talk about it in a minute. And it's $50,000 a month right now on Dairy TB. We're going to have 40 state and federal folks in the Panhandle next week, and 40 more the week after that. These are the largest dairies in the history of the United States that have been infected with tuberculosis. They're from Texas, so there you go. And we're getting great cooperation from the USDA folks and the staffing. May eventually get some more federal funds, but they will not offset the deficit we're running right now. And I think I'll talk about this, but our goal is business continuity for those guys. We want them to stay in business. We don't want to cost them any money. I'm really proud of the first test that we had there with them. I think Brandon said they only lost 1 pound of milk production on the day we tested. And
Yeah, kudos to the staff and everybody involved. It went real well.
So anyway, we're proud of that. I'll be glad to answer questions, and Mary's going to talk a little bit more. We were lucky that we had in our exceptional items for the next fiscal year a border security ear tag anyway. Basically what we're doing here is enhancing that border security. And truthfully, not only is it fever ticks, but the pyroplasmosis situation down in the South Texas. We know we've got pyro in Cameron County. We know we've got it in Hidalgo County. We know we've got it in Wilson County. And right now, if you look up on those maps, we know where the horses are. We've already flagged. We know where there's 900 horses right now. We know exactly where that horse lives. And so we would be remiss in not taking this opportunity if we get the chance to go ahead and do the pyro testing in Cameron County that we're going to push back 3 or 4 years. Our succession planning, again, we laid off 5 field vets in 2011. I need them back now. This is the first time I would tell you that we slid by a couple of years. One, we have no succession for future leaders, veterinarians that retire. And 2, the field vet force is non-existent on the state side. And TB is one example, univeterinarian TB test. It has to be a veterinarian. And then down there in South Texas, if we start some new disease programs, we need a manager. We need a vet down there. So all these things are part of a bigger situation where the complexity of animal health is interlinked with border security. It's interlinked with how big Texas is. It's interlinked, obviously, with Mexico and the threats that they risk to us from El Paso to Brownsville. And so there's folks coming behind me with budget discussion and also legislative discussion, and I'll leave it at that, and I'll be glad to inject comments as well. This is we're not focused on the money. I'll tell you that we're focused on getting the job done. This money's on the side. We're working it. That's legitimate numbers. It's defensible. We'll go through the process, and we hope we get the support to allow our staff to serve your industries. That's what it boils down to. We're continuing to hire folks, and hired 3 temps in the last month just to supplement South Texas, and we're trying to be frugal and efficient, effective, and where we can get by with the temp rather than a permanent person doing that. So anyway, I just want to let y'all know this is, where the executive director and the state vet jobs kind of get muddled up, and this is executive director stuff right here. Mary and I are going down to Ag Council tomorrow to talk to our stakeholders, and also we'll be meeting with the legislative budget board the next week and go from there. So I'll just start on the agency business, and these will come up again as we go through there. So just as a reminder, I think we haven't met since September, and a lot of things have happened since September. So you proposed 5 rules for consideration. And Gene, were there any comments on anything? I don't think we got any comments on any of these, which usually means they're a good idea. At least no one's going to oppose them. So they're here for your reconsideration. On the CWD zone consolidation, it's just a nomenclature change. We had 2 zones with different names that had the same rules. we're not throwing out the concept of having two different chronic wasting disease zones in west Texas or anywhere in Texas, but since they had the same restrictions, we're just going to call them one name. Basically, that's all that is. It's cleaning up what, if you remember a few years ago, we actually proposed and y'all considered rules that would have had different criteria for movement for the two types of zones, and at the end of the day, the commission decided just to make them all more stringent. But at the same time, we created these zones, and now we're going back and saying, well, if the two zones have the same rules, let's just call them by one name. It doesn't change one thing that's going on. El Paso's rule is on here for passage consideration. And again, if you remember, legislative mandate to study that. And we work very closely with the legislative reps out there and also industry. And the rule just proposes to shrink what was a larger zone of risk in El Paso. Only make it apply to cattle here and no more annual test requirements for movements out of there, which we couldn't support anyway. So that's on there. Laryngotracheitis is kind of a technically specific poultry issue related to the fact that the LT vaccine is a live modified vaccine that can make birds sick. We had some birds come in that were sick. We had one get in an egg layer operation, caused us a lot of problems. And there's a loophole in the entry requirements. And so this is just closing that loophole so chickens can't come in and have been exposed to a vaccine that actually makes birds sick, second generation over. So I think Commissioner Simmons, this should close that.
Right.
Equine paraplasmosis. If you remember, basically what we did here was suggest a rule that would change the definition of a track. So the original racing facility definition was sanctioned tracks, and it's just any track, basically. And so what this does is allow the requirement for pyro testing at unsanctioned tracks, push tracks, whatever you want to call them. And so that is also on the table for your consideration. And the swine will continue to tweak and adjust our animal ID rules as the national rules are clarified and amended, and this is just creating an opportunity for a registered swine to come in with either a tattoo or ear notch. So it's just a minor clarification for the swine folks that wish to do that. It's my understanding that if you do, I'm talking with the industry folks, actually asked if we need this rule, and Mr. Winters said, yeah, there are folks that need hogs on these types of IDs, so that's an accommodation to the industry. There are rules I'm proposing, not as many rules. I think you're going to see more rules probably from whenever the next meeting is. I'll just say May for lack of time yet. But going into legislative session, we try and not overcomplicate rule proposals for y'all and for our staff as well, just because we get prepared for the legislative issues. So there's only 3 rules here today, and none of them are particularly complex. The chronic wasting disease collection concept for authorized personnel is the most complex, but it's something that we just didn't get to in the last meeting, and this is a result of legislation that was passed in the last session, basically giving the agency the authority to train and regulate non-veterinarians, mainly cervid owners, who would like to take their own brain samples out of their cervids and submit them to the lab. And so I want to thank Dr. Cole and her assistant Laura Guerra for their hard work of getting this done, and they've been working with Commissioner Oates as well on this, and this is actually kind of a complex situation, but it's being well handled. The other 2 are minor tweaks. The feral swine, basically right now our rules just say a feral swine holding facility, which we encourage and we support the trapping of feral swine, has to have 2 fences. We continue to have over and over again situations where folks will have one really good fence and they don't comply, and they actually have had some times where folks decided not to either build a facility or they lost a permit because they didn't have 2 fences. And this is just a pragmatic realization. If they've got a fence and it's a good fence and they won't let hogs get in or out, that should be good enough. There's already other prohibitions against domestic swine in the vicinity and different things like that. So this is just a tweak to the fencing requirement. It's consistent with some of the other fencing nomenclature we have for hunting preserves. It just says they don't allow egress or ingress, basically. In other words, if the hogs can't get in or out, that ought to be good enough. That's all that is. Equine, changing the interstate health certificate time frame for horses from 45 to 30 days. A couple reasons for this. This is it's a simple rule change. It might have an impact on some folks in other states specifically. But I polled the other 50 state vets on this, and we're the only state that had a 45-day health certificate rule. And I started off looking into it because we have some emerging diseases that have incubation periods of 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. And it doesn't make sense to have a 45-day health certificate. If you're worried about the horse being sick, you kind of defeated the purpose. It was the Wisconsin state vet that reminded me that we were actually in violation of the federal CFR anyway. The Code of Federal Regulations says the interstate health certificate should have a 30-day time frame. So we've been in violation of federal rules for, I don't know, way before who knows how long. No one in our staff knows anything about where this came from. So this is the cleanup for 2 reasons. One, to put us in compliance with the federal rules, and also to make more sense from a disease prevention standpoint. So those will be the rules up for proposal today, and we can certainly have more discussion as they come up. Just go through some of the significant disease events. Trichomoniasis, I'll get with Commissioner Locke here possibly later today, and we'll start to talk to some dates for the next annual TRIC working group meeting. I think there's 2 significant issues that group will need to consider. Is one, do we go ahead and do what we've been talking about, which is propose a rule to harmonize Texas TRIC entry requirements with other states. There's a number of other states that have all started to make rule changes to get together. When we passed these rules across the U.S., they were all over the board. The state vets are trying to bring our entry and movement requirements to some consistency. For Texas, the most significant part of that would be is we would have to consider allowing virgin bulls to come out and up to 18 months of age, and the commission did away with that a couple of years ago. And, it's when you're buying bulls, you're at your own risk of trick anyway. So this is, to me, a minor concession. Also, the continued dialogue about the adjacent testing, possibilities for neighbors to infected bulls, and I've been trying to think through some ideas there, and we'll work through the working group on this. But our laboratory is going to have to become PCR proficient in the next month or 2, which is one of the tests that's run for this. And it's possible, if we take a look at the number of infected bulls and how many neighbors there would be, there might be opportunity somehow for the commission to supplement vet costs and/or run the test on these run the PCR on these adjacents in our lab at a much reduced cost. And we're not competing with the diagnostic lab at this point because these are bulls that are not getting tested right now anyway. So this isn't taking their business away. This would be just testing producers that are going to be required to test at a lower cost. So we'll work through some of those things and see if we've got some way to accommodate the probable desire to test neighbors with the complexities of the cost that would be inherent in this, and then just the regulatory nature of telling someone they have to do something. So we'll work through that, and Commissioner Locke will maybe later today we can start to look at some dates. My goal would be to have that meeting prior to the next commission meeting, so if there are rule changes, we can get them proposed in May or early June, and not have to wait until fall like we had to do last time. Equine paraplasmosis, we have a county test going on in Brooks. And first, we want to thank Dr. Vickers for your hospitality and allowing us to put our command trailer down there. And Dr. Schwartz, you can have more information on the numbers and all of that. We want to thank you for his hospitality, but your security is extremely lacking.
We're fixing that today, as a matter of fact.
Our trailer got broken down last night. I'm just kidding.
We haven't had anything happen in 20 years there, and then all of a sudden, here it is.
So, but it was very gracious of you to allow. We have a trailer that we have there. That's where our folks come in. They box up the samples and they have their supplies, and it's going very well from what I hear. I think we tested almost 300 horses, and so far I've not found a positive. Which is good, because our goal is to start to find a ring of counties that are negative, and then we'll work our way back to the Mexican border, and so that I can tell the other states who have requirements on horses from those counties that these counties are no longer at risk. And more importantly, we just find the disease and get it out of pastures, because where there's ticks involved in pasture settings, we can't clean those pastures up. We know how to do that now. It takes a couple of years.
There's something about that trailer, because a couple of days ago, my 2 workers there at the clinic caught 2 illegal aliens trying to get in there. I guess they were going to hide from Border Patrol, but anyway, we got caught. Welcome to Brooks County.
I don't even know what to say there. I'll just let it go. But anyway, Dr. Schwartz will have more information on the Brooks County test stats, and you will, next, after this talk, there is an executive waiver for your consideration of support related to paraplasmosis on thoroughbreds.
And we talked about it before, but it continues to appear that the Pyro and race horses only quarter horses. So after another year of surveillance, we feel comfortable in granting a waiver for thoroughbreds entering the track. And I think this will help some of the folks that are entering spring meets in Texas, help that industry be one less thing they have to pay for. So that'll be up on the agenda next. And thanks to Commissioner Leathers for his help and support with that as well. And I think it's in the Racing Commission. I'm not sure. Anyone here from the Racing Commission? They sent me an email yesterday, said they supported the concept, so they're on board with it as well. Vesicular stomatitis, we finished up the largest outbreak in Texas history. Last September, our last herd was released, and we did over 200 corn animal disease investigations. Myself and some of the staff went to Colorado last week for a national meeting as an after action to that. Colorado, Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Idaho had representatives there along with USDA, basically trying to reevaluate what do we do with this disease. It can be very devastating to the dairy industry for sure, and they did have a dairy in Colorado that they provide. It can take horses out of action for short periods of time as well. And so we were looking at tweaking response protocols, and one of the things that was going to be recommended is, again, go back to health certificates, and the Commission's proposing to move health certificate from horses from 45 to 30. The recommendation for this, and we knew we probably should have done it last year, and we have the same situation with the coronavirus and swine, is the recommendation is going to be for animals moving from mechanic VS interstate that they move on a 14-day health certificate, not a 30-day health certificate. It doesn't make sense. Again, it's a short incubation. It's the only thing that makes sense to have a vet look at that animal closer to when they're actually moving. And so that was the national recommendation. We'll be working with Gene and some of y'all on rural considerations. How do we suggest that? And that may possibly be on the next commission as a rural consideration. And in my recommendation would be to not just be for horses or cattle, but because we have some issues with swine, we may make that a broader consideration for if there's cause to shorten the time frame for health certificate. Texas Authorized Personnel Program. Dr. Culp's going to come up just a minute and give that report. I apologize to her. She should have been on the agenda herself, and I'll take responsibility. She got left off the agenda, so she's going to talk under my authority. But again, I want to thank her and Laura for all their hard work. You're going to come up last, so just sit still. I just had to get out of order here. Cattle fever ticks. Let's talk about fever ticks. Up on the wall, there's a couple of maps. Our federal counterparts are here. Dr. Hazel and Dr. Varner, and they're going to also have some discussion. Dr. Schwartz is also going to have some discussion. I'm going to just stay at the higher level. You can see here, those are similar maps. The circles are the normal increased areas of concern around infested premises, and the pink in that other map, those are places with ticks. They're pink, they're infested, and the yellows are adjacents. And probably that biggest yellow at the top is also going to turn pink. We're going to start working those out, I think, in the next couple of weeks. So let's go through here what the issues are. We'll start just at the broadest, at the macro level. I think, we're continuing to work closely with our USDA veterinary service folks down in the permanent quarantine zone on enforcement and implementation of the rules that you passed last year related to mandatory inspections and mandatory identification, and when the vaccine's finished, mandatory vaccination. Vaccine's in its last safety trial. It should be through in about 6 weeks, I think. Then it has to go back to be summarized, go through some federal channels. We're optimistic this summer the vaccine will be approved. Possibly by next fall, we'll start to work with the folks down in the systematic zone to figure out how to get vaccine into their cattle to harden the buffer between Mexico and the rest of the state. A lot of growing pains there, but the bottom line is I think the cooperation for the most part has been very good, and we'll continue to work closely with the TSCRA TIC committee and the folks at the county level and at the state level to make sure we have good communications. But that's a work in progress. As far as the temporary quarantine zone here in Cameron County, I'll remind y'all we still have another quarantine zone in Stark County. It's been there for about 5 or 6 years now, and I think we're probably going to get that released this spring. I say that only to let you know that these zones last a long time. Go back to the funding request. I don't think there's any question the work we're doing in Cameron County will far exceed the next biennium. It may exceed 2 or 3 years. And truthfully, some components of this may require permanent change in regulations related to risk and zone creation. So this is not a temporary problem. My opinion is definitely not a temporary problem.
What are we doing about the now guy there?
Well, it's on there, it's like bullet number 17.
Oh,
And let me just talk to you when I get there, Doc. So anyway, thanks to USDA-VS, I mean, I think the biggest thing I can say is the support for response to what's going on down there. Obviously, it's our rules and regulations, and we've got folks down there, but Veterinary Services had more folks and more of a commitment, and they really stepped up to the plate with some temporary hires. I think, what, y'all hired 30? 20, but 10 more coming. They've already hired 20 folks, temporary folks, and, you know, we'll have to, I think that's pushing the problem. I just said I think this is almost a permanent problem. We've got some temps hired, but they've done a good job at the agency level, at the state level, just trying to quickly bring resources in. And the truth is, we don't, between us, have enough people to deal with this. We have about 4 to 5 state medical folks in there right now, every day. And I've gone down there 3 times, and to show you how seriously I'm telling you that, I've personally been down there 3 times since the last commission meeting. Spent 9 days in the offices, the Incident Commander, Dr. Schwartz, and Dr. Lansford, Dr. Hasel, and Dr. Varner. We've all been down there. This is a huge issue, both politically, both strategically, logistically, disease prevention-wise, and it's bigger than the Animal Health Commission. I'll just say it, it's bigger than us, it's bigger than USDA, because it involves hunters, wildlife, research institutions, and a changing demographic in general, and it's the same thing we're seeing in other places where the wildlife interests are as important and as economically viable as the agricultural interests, and from a political standpoint are going to be just as challenging to deal with. And so it's going to take a community to solve this. A reflection of that is the meeting that Dr. Varner and I and Dr. Schwartz went to 2 or 3 months ago now. I met with all of our South Texas ranchers. It was almost intimidating to sit around that room in Kingsville, and that was Texas in my mind. I mean, you name them, they were there. And I think the takeaway message is they took this very seriously. They were all committed to working with USDA and Animal Health Commission, but they also very much value nilgai. And some of them actually said they make more off nilgai than they do cattle at this point. And so there you go. So we'll just work through these thanks to that USDA, that service, the Fish and Wildlife folks. And that pink property over there in that map, about 2/3 of that is actually national refuge, wildlife refuge land, public land. U.S. Fish and Wildlife at the local level so far been very good to work with. That doesn't mean that we're gonna be able to get done what we would like to get done from the ag perspective, but I think those folks are trying their best to work with us on the nilgai. The Brownsville Navigation District's down there at the bottom right now. That is the barrier for the permanent systematic. It's that long pink line right here. Right here. Those folks are elected officials, and Dr. Varner and I met with them a couple of times. The first infested premise is actually on their land, and they have a lot of environmental dialogue because of their need for expansion and production and just ship channel issues, and they're very sensitive to wildlife concerns, especially related to jaguarundi and some other endangered species down there. So they've been good to work with, and also the Cameron County, the citizens. I think they're doing, to put a county, 1/3 of a county under a permanent or systematic quarantine or a temporary, I hope it's temporary, the support has been pretty good. They've been very open to what we're trying to work through. It's just a very complicated situation there. And so what are the outstanding issues? It's expensive. Both USDA and Animal Health Commission are spending millions of dollars on this. What's at stake? Marketability and health of the Texas cattle industry, or at least South Texas cattle industry. The most complicating factor to us right now is weather and topography. A lot of this land right there in the water is marshes and swamps, but that doesn't mean there's not cattle out there, and that doesn't mean there's not nilgai and white-tailed deer that are also hosting horses as well. And so literally the protocol for tick work, in a perfect world, well, you'd either dip your cattle every 14 days or you inject them with the product, Dectomax or Doramectin every 28 days. And so if If you work on that and you have a way to deal with the white-tailed deer, and there's no nilgai there, in about a year, more or less, if the weather cooperates, you can probably be close to getting the ticks out of your pasture. Well, in this situation, we've got some pastures we haven't yet to even get in the first time. Right there in the water, there's actually ranches on the ocean or on the bay there, and extremely impassable. It's been an extremely wet winter, so we've got the ticks. We have 17, I think, infested premises and down there right now.
I'm not sure what you said.
I said there's 17 infested premises.
I agree.
Are there any other questions?
That was a land
So, you know, so I don't even know what I was going to say. Well, I know what I was going to say. The ticks are somewhat seasonal in their reproductive habits. So with it being cold weather, they tend to slow down a little bit. When the spring hits and it warms up and the sun comes out, we're going to probably see some more infestations. We're going to finally get into some premises that we've not scratched yet, and we're going to see these numbers go up. And you know, just to give you the scope, we're probably 95% mapped. Mapping is one of our biggest issues. Technology, mapping, traceability, the ability to not knock on the same guy's door over and over again with different people as they come and go has been huge for us. We right now 689 premises with animals on it, and we have 884 horses. So everyone has one horse, it seems like. And there's a lot of horses staked out in the bar ditches, and we've actually come to put in a card on their halter and say, please, whoever owns this horse, call us. Because they move every day, they move around. I mean, literally, you don't know who, and some of them, they don't. So we're working through that. So the far east of that is an ocean and marsh. The far west is almost town. A lot of little ranchettes, 1 acre, 2 acres, with a horse and a goat and a cow behind it. And then up north, you start to get into some big country and get into Wilson County. We're getting into big ranches up there. So very diverse. Business continuity, just allowing people to live their lives. PRCA Rodeo coming up in Los Fresnos, right in the center of that next week. Stock show next week. And so Wilson County just finished their stock show and rodeo. So the ability to just manage the risk and allow people to do their normal livelihood has been a huge part of our focus, to let these people to try and mitigate the impact of the town without losing the ability to keep ticks out. There's a lot of things out there. Education outreach is very important. I want to thank Bonnie and her group for the work that they're doing. Public liaisons, we've got some good local folks who are just trying to keep vet community engaged, county agents, or extension agents, you know, ag teachers, anyone that wants to ranch down there, really trying to set up places where you can take your horse to be sprayed, to move it, to dip your cattle if you want to go to the sale barn, and all those kinds of things. And so it's certainly a team effort. One of the things we're really looking to firm up is exotic hoof stock, and there are exotics in there of all kinds, African things and things I don't even know the names of. And so we're going to work very closely with veterinary service and national experts and research folks on do you scratch a black buck or not if they want to sell it. If they want to hunt a oryx and shoot it, we need to go scratch the hide. So we're still trying to learn some of the nuances of what's important and what's not, and that's beyond the normal wildlife. We do have a few compliance issues. We'll work through those. Our biggest issue really is, back to your question, is how do we deal with nilgai and white-tailed deer? We know how to deal with livestock. We know we've got it down. We know what to do with horses and cattle. White-tailed deer, the solution right now is to feed ivermectin treated corn during the non-hunting season, and in conjunction, especially if there's cattle still on the pasture, we're able to work through that. There's 3 triads to control. We're trying to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife right now to get permission to feed. We have asked permission to feed ivermectin corn on the refuges and around the refuges, and right now we don't have permission to do either one. And the authority there gets complicated in that if one federal agency wants to do something and it may impact another federal agency, and in this case endangered species, beyond that, it becomes a federal negotiation and process that may take some time. So right now our plan was to of the implementation and use of deer feeders starting February 1, now that hunting season's over for whitetail deer, and we've actually put that on hold pending some further clarification from U.S. Fish and Wildlife and federal officials as to what is legal and what is not, and I'll just tell you, I'm not optimistic about this. If we're not able to deal with whitetail deer, we're in trouble down there. We're ramped up, we're ready, we did all the background, we were prepared to put up about 350 feeders, that's 350 deer feeders with support, with distribution of corn, with servicing of it, working with the ranchers as to where to put them. It's going to be a huge part of the operation, and it's been delayed, as probably the nicest thing to say about it. It's been delayed right now. With the nilgai, whole other issue, I think we're going to need to do more research on this. The commission's actually been requested to participate in some research opportunities with A&M Kingsville and USDA, ARS, and some other partners on some nilgai research, and we've agreed to do that. We just don't know a lot about these animals. They don't come to deer corn. They don't necessarily come to the ivermectin blocks like some of the cattle can use. And so we're going to have to study how they move, where they move. They tend to go under a fence, not over a fence, or through a fence. They're very powerful animals, and so we're going to have to work on delivery methods for nilgai as well as population control. I don't think it's not anyone's intention to eradicate nilgai in South Texas. One large ranch up there told us at our meeting they believe they have 30 nilgai per square mile. Just north of this, there's probably, I'm gonna guess there's between 75 and 100,000 nilgai in South Texas right now. We've probably got at least 1,000 in this portion right here, moving freely, much farther range than whitetail deer. And so we're gonna have to do some studies. We're gonna have to come together as a community. One, what can we do, and then is it okay to do it? Two different issues completely. And they're not going to be solved in the short term, which again tells me this is a long-term problem for us, and again, why we've been aggressive in our budget request, because we didn't know about this when we turned our LAR in August, we created July, we did not know this even existed. Yes, question, yes, Doc?
On those wildlife refuges, what is our quarantine authority over those?
They're quarantined. They're absolutely quarantined. We have complete authority to quarantine them. The problem is quarantines on wildlife are, only as good as the fences, and they're not. They move freely. You actually have some folks around the edges that intentionally have their fences down because they like the diversity of animals that come and go. They want them to come over in there. And we have one fellow. I'll just point to. We have one fellow that's entirely surrounded by the refuge that's infested with ticks.
Where are those refuges while you're over there?
This is Boca Chica. We've been very aggressive in trying to reduce the populations here along the river. I think we're justified in just saying we got to get the nilgai down to almost zero here. This is Bahia Grande. We're also doing some population control there. This was the first infested premise, 6,000 acres. That fellow, we still can't get all his animals off. There's both cattle and horses we can't catch. They're almost feral. This is Bahia Grande, and then Laguna Atascosa, which starts here and it goes all the way up to there into Willacy County. And that's probably 15, 20 miles, and 5 to 10. But this fellow's right here. This is a private rancher, and he's surrounded by the refuge. And he self-reported. He had so many ticks on his cattle, he called us, and we could show you the picture of cattle with their entire face covered in fever ticks. And so that fella, I don't know what to say to him right now. If you have wildlife moving freely back and forth with fever ticks, it doesn't matter if we scratch and dip his cattle every 14 days or not. He's not going to be removed from our quarantines or relatively even going to remove all the ticks from his cattle. So a complex situation there that's going to involve academic, agriculture, hunting, and wildlife interests come together and make some concessions and make some considerations for everyone's best interests. This is a new situation, and so we're going to work on that. Dr. Schwartz will have more information. We do have some infested premises due to cattle movements. We're in discussions to try and ramp up our surveillance and markets. We're probably have to seriously consider, and again, looking at the budget, probably need to start dipping cattle in at least a couple more markets in South Texas and have more people at markets. The best protection for you guys in other parts of the state is because these ticks at your markets right now. And so again, budget impact there, that's included. The last piece of the puzzle is Willacy County expansion, and we have 3 premises that we know have ticks in Wilson County right now. One is an 86,000 acre ranch that's scratched 2 of their 7 or 8 pastures. One's infested, the one farthest north is not. We tried to draw a barrier there, but everything in between, I suspect they're going to be infested. We have a couple more, one that had a hunter-killed nilgai on it, and another that was probably nilgai related. That one over to the far left, it's a small ranch. One that says AAA there on the map, probably was a nilgai related transmission of ticks. So Wilson County.
Probably looking at a new permanent quarantine
Well,
zone.
I mean, I'm not ready to say that right now, but yeah, 3 or 4 years from now, we're in the same boat. At some point, for staffing and funding issues, that's obviously part of the solution, is to formalize. I don't take that lightly, though, because you're basically, you're imposing permanent restrictions on the folks that live there, and I don't want to do that if we can't. I don't want to do that if we can help it. Williston County, the consideration is, do we expand our temporary quarantine zone into that next county? The pros are, it would help us with controlled movements. It would be the right thing to do to help probably mitigate the chance of ticks getting into the next level of large ranches. The cons are, we don't have the people, resources, or infrastructure to do that. And so we need to continue to evaluate that. As I said, USDA, for example, they're in the process of hiring 30 inspectors. We haven't hired any managers yet for these. You can't just hire people and turn them out there without a support and infrastructure to do that. So I want to take some time working with the USDA to talk through this. Truthfully, if we get some more infested premises in Wilson County, I think we're going to have to expand the quarantine zone. I'm not prepared to make that recommendation to you all yet. I think we will probably in the next couple of months go on up there and have a public meeting and just try and raise awareness of this. And we'll know more when that next big ranch scratches their cattle and we get a better look at some of their wildlife surveillance and hunting on there. We'll know more where we have to go. The good thing about nilgai, there's no season, so people hunt them all the time. And so we're going to really focus on trying to take a look at every nilgai shot in that zone. Are there any questions? There's going to be more discussion. Dr. Hazel may have some thoughts on this, and Dr. Schwartz has a little more on the trace house. We're tracing cattle right now, a lot of cattle. There's folks in this room that have had trace house. So this is a bigger issue than just wildlife. I don't want to minimize the fact that cattle movements, legal cattle movements, without adequate surveillance systems can also threaten other folks. So I'll move on to TB.
You've actually had cattle come out of this that you've had to chase down. Got some other premises under quarantine.
Absolutely, Dr.
Clayburg.
Yeah, he's going to give that as the epidemiologist. He's going to talk to you all about. We have a number of other infestations, and we have a number of other infested premises in other counties already as a result of this. And so we've got to draw the line. Right here in Wilson County, we've got to draw the line. Talk about TB just for a little bit. As y'all are aware, we do have 2 infected dairies in the Panhandle. One was highly infected. This deer was tested negative 4 years ago. It's a strain from Mexico that we haven't seen before. There's a commonality with some other dairies in the past, but this strain appears to be new. And so we're still evaluating all possible sources. Dr. Schwartz will have more information on this. I'll just let y'all know that we're committed to business continuity. We're committed to keeping these folks in business. We're committed to making it as painless as we can. And the rules that we passed last year allowed for the creation of quarantine and managed heifer raiser and calf processes to maximize the value is going to be used. It's the first time in the United States we're going to try and do this, but we're committed to trying to do everything we can to keep these folks in business and minimize the impact on their bottom line. Time will tell how successful we are there, but one of the things I am going to commit to is the best people we've got are going to go test these guys. We're not going to bring in folks. We're not going to bring in bodies. We're going to make our best effort. The unknown here is that as the epidemiology progresses, it could expand. There's probably going to be other dairies that have to test. We may find more infection. And again, the reflection of our budget, the numbers in our budget are in part based upon the lack of clarity to future impact. We don't know when it'll stop. But we'll have folks up there next week and week after that. We'll have 40 people up there, state, federal, next 2 weeks testing. Hopefully it won't be 0. I don't know, Brandon, can you help us with that?
Won't be 0 what?
Degrees.
Oh, yeah, I'm on board with not 0 degrees.
All right. Dr. Schwartz will have more on that as well. CWD, so we held a annual stakeholder meeting, kind of a stakeholder meeting, basically a couple of weeks ago. Commissioner Oates led that meeting. Where are you? There you are.
We did.
Led that meeting, and Chairman Morales was also there. And it was just a good idea to meet once a year with our Parks and Wildlife partners and various other folks and just talk through things. You know, it's bigger than white-tailed deer, it's bigger than chronic wasting disease. We talked about nilgai, we talked about TV surveillance on some hunting public lands, we talked about influenza surveillance and wild birds. That's not even on the agenda, but we're very closely watching the AI situation as it comes, apparently is moving out of Canada, and if that were to impact our commercial industry, it would be a bigger, complex problem than what I'm pointing to on the map right now. And that has moved through about 5 states already, and is on the eastern side of the Rockies, which is the flyway for Texas, Canadian geese and ducks and things to move down. So we're watching it very closely, working with the industry on enhancing biosecurity. There will be another meeting coming soon related to elk surveillance and possibility of some suggested tweaks to rules to tighten down surveillance efforts on chronic wasting disease in elk, and that's under our authority. So that will be our meeting, and I'll be working with Commissioner Oates to finish the planning for that. It could lead to rural consideration. It could also lead to the identification of some legislative deficiencies that might need a statutory enhancement if the powers that be decide to do that. So we're going to try and get that done next month. My last thing before Dr. Culp comes up is waivers. You can see here I had 5 waivers that were approved related to TB brucellosis trick and brucellosis. I'll be glad to answer any questions, but basically those waivers are into requirements for based upon minimized risk or a hardship on the folks, and there was no impact. It all turned out okay. I'll be glad to answer any other questions. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Culp. Yes, Commissioner.
Dealing with the impact on our budget with things that's come up, I know that we're going to need additional funding. If we don't get the additional funding, what is the agency's contingency plan?
Well, the plan is to do exactly what we did when we reduced our budget by 50%. We're going to slow down non-essential services to provide services to the folks that need it, the dairy industry and South Texas industry at this time. We'll go back to the drawing board on efficiency management protocols that can possibly, in the short term, save us money. This is the problem, you know, in 11, what I did is laid off all our field heads. That saved us a lot of money in the short term. We're paying the price right now because I need them. So we'll continue to provide essential services, Commissioner Leathers, and possibly look to USDA to provide more support. They're our good partners. That's the good side. The downside is they're out of people too. So what you're going to probably start to see is an importation of federal employees from other parts of the United States that possibly not as experienced. You're going to start to lose some proficiency of our workforce, to be quite honest. But all I can do is look at nutrition, look at management, efficiency suggestions. We're not going to slow down hiring. We're basically at our cap right now. I'm not going to lay people off. I don't think we can do that. Because we need the folks. So we'll just do the best we can in the short term. You know, we only have 8 months left in this year and then the next fiscal year. We'll know by May what our fiscal situation is. Probably know by April really where it's headed. So I'm not that worried about it in the short term. If we don't get the money, we'll just do the best we can, and we'll hope that we don't get AI and commercial flop. There will be some federal supplementation. Historically, it's never offset what we spend. We will anticipate some fever tick money coming on the federal side, but in my mind, that's still all our same money. We're still spending it. Sometimes we're spending it where they have prohibitions or purchasing rules. If we need something quickly, we're going to buy it instead of them, and it's their money and our money. It's all one big pot of money. So we'll just do our best to keep fighting this, and hope, which is not a good plan, to hope nothing else happens. That's all I can tell you. But, you know, really, we're only about we'll know in 2 or 3 months where we stand on this. I think we'll get a decision on the supplemental bill within 6 weeks to 2 months, or at least we'll kind of know where that's going. The good thing from my understanding is this is a normal process that other agencies do all the time. And we've never tried it before. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I don't think it's going to impact any decisions on next biennium's budget at all. They're separate processes, really. But in the talks that we've had, I went over and I met with the Parks and Wildlife leadership, and they've been given a lot of money to enhance border security. Game wardens are down there. DPS folks, you know, they're sending people down there. I have good friends down there right now. It's a highway patrolman. Those agencies didn't budget any of that, and they're getting supplemental budget considerations. So again, fever ticks, border security, pyroplasmosis, Mexico, all these things are interacted, and my thought process is that in today's political environment, border security is in favor, and we just need to make sure folks understand we're not making this up. We need it, and it is directly related to Mexico. Those nilgai are coming out of Mexico, and even though USDA is committed to hiring more folks, it's going to take a partnership with us to do this. If we don't get the money, we'll do the best we can, and I can certainly sit down with you if you want afterwards at any time to go over our budget in more detail. But, you know, we were a little bit under budget when this started. We were actually, about in August, I told you we're in pretty good shape. We're not in good shape now, and it's not our fault. And so I think when we explain that adequately and we have stakeholder support, I believe we're going to get the money. That's my best bet.
I hope so. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to burn any bridges by asking. I don't think it's going to be perceived because it's not. It's defensible. We're not going to be perceived as just asking for extra money. You know.
Have they considered a fence on that Boca Chica federal land to keep the nilgai from going back and forth? Because you get further up the river, you know, you probably don't have any nilgai.
Our tick riders said they've seen nilgai all the way to Laredo.
Well, that's right, but they're coming around. They're coming down, coming around.
The problem down in the ship channel is, and I don't want to speak for the Brownsville Navigation District, they've been very good, is that there are significant environmental aspects of fencing specifically related to jaguarundis. They also have some other common species, and so, you know, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife folks and the Navigation District are already in routine talks and trying to negotiate, and actually kind of do what we're doing is trying to figure out a way that both of them can be successful in what they need to do. There's also USDA has is in the process of evaluating the possibility of a fence, a deer fence for tick reasons from Brownsville all the way to Del Rio. It wouldn't be a constant fence for selected locations. Again, the biggest issue is environmental impact. And so that's the fencing. You know, the fencing is on the table for discussion. Some of the ranchers that have cattle on the refuge, the problem is with fencing is you don't just have to build a fence, you have to build a fence that allows egress and ingress of affected endangered species, but it keeps the cattle out, and then you're in a flood zone, and you know, it's just, and then there's a canal up there, and the folks that we talked to in that pasture said every time we build a low water fence, the poachers just cut it. They cut them immediately because they're using airboats and they're poaching and they're hunting, and it's a very complex situation. Fencing is absolutely going to be part of the solution here, at least to keep cattle away from affected wildlife in the short term, in my opinion. The environmental impact, though, down there, especially down there between Boca Chica and Bahia Grande, the route in the Navigation District is, again, bigger than us. We can certainly go to the table and tell them what we need. I think agriculture, cattle industry is going to have to speak up, but you're looking at another Yellowstone here. That's the same problem up there with the elk and bison versus cattle, and you can see who is winning that battle. So I think we just need to stick together and be transparent and communicate well and take every opportunity to leverage on partnerships. And I would not get my hopes up. This is a long-term problem. Again, that's the reason why we went ahead and asked for the money in the next biennium. We know we're going to be there 2 or 3 years from now. I think we're going to be there 5 years from now. And whether we make it a permanent zone or continue temporary, that's first a disease and a budget issue, and then second it's a political issue. So, Dr. Culp, would you like to come up? Dr. Susan Culp is our leader for authorized personnel, which is, last time I'm going to explain this, but I'll explain it one more time, which was legislatively driven in the last session, and y'all promulgated rules over our authority to regulate veterinarians involved in regulatory work, from TB to brucellosis to EIA to C. rabies to chronic wasting disease to lack of health certificate, all things. We have more vets than any other state, I think, and she's going to go over this with y'all. I can't commend her and her staff enough for the professionalism they've used so far in working with the vets. And Dr. Culp also, as y'all saw, and I think it's in your book, she just won an award, veterinary award for service, and we're lucky to have her working for us. And I'll let Dr. Culp tell y'all what's going on with authorized personnel related to both veterinarians and to service owners that would like to have their OVAXs collected for disease. So, Sue, come on up. 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 Up.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Good morning, Chairman Morales and Board of Commissioners. Thank you for letting me give a brief update on authorized personnel this morning. So Dr. Ellis gave a really good overview of the program in general. We started this back in July of 2014, and we started it by sending letters and applications to all of the veterinarians in Texas who previously held status in the brucellosis approved program. And we sent them letters and said, if everything on the application is correct, we're just transferring it over to this new program. Please sign it and send it back. They need to sign that and send it back in order to be enrolled, if you will, in the new program. To date, we've gotten approximately 1,300 of those letters back. In February of this year, we're going to go ahead, well, in a couple days, we're going to go ahead and send a letter out to those remaining 400 veterinarians and remind them that we do need that application back. And after a month, we will turn any of those remaining veterinarians over to the region management to contact them in person to get those applications back to us. A couple months after we did the original mail out, we sent letters out to every veterinarian in the state of Texas who was not previously in the brucellosis program, but who did hold Category 2 accreditation with USDA. And basically told them in the letter that if they do participate in any regulatory programs, that they do need to be enrolled in this program. And to date, we did send out 1,100 of those letters. To date, we've got 123 new members into the authorized personnel program from that mail out. I'm sure there's going to be more of those. In the future, we have created a process in authorized personnel to capture new veterinarians when they come to Texas. We haven't previously had this process. So when we identify that a veterinarian is applying for accreditation in the state of Texas, we can now automatically send that letter out to the veterinarian and say, if you are going to be participating in regulatory programs, please give us a call. So that's a new process that we didn't have. We couldn't capture those veterinarians in the past, or we didn't have the staff to do so. So now that we're getting some new veterinarians into the program, we have to offer training. And so we have the 4-hour basic curriculum, which is approved by the Texas State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners for 4 hours of continuing education credits. And we have currently on the books 2 trainings scheduled already in March and April in this office here in Austin. In the future, we'll go ahead and offer 4-hour opportunities for continuing education across the state in our various regions. And then we have been invited back to Southwest Veterinary Symposium in September of this year to present. We were invited last year and we gave the 4-hour basic orientation curriculum, and this year we've actually been invited for the entire day. So we'll be giving the 4-hour orientation. We'll be doing the 1.5-hour chronic wasting disease collection, sampling collection class for veterinarians, and then also trichomoniasis certification up at Southwest as well. So then in addition to all of our conferences that we'll be offering, we still train our veterinary students up at Texas A&M when they're in their 3rd year of the curriculum. It's a regulatory program that we work jointly on with the USDA. And it's a 3-week rotation for the 3rd-year veterinary students, such that when they get to their 4th year, they just have to fill out the application and they will be in this authorized personnel program. So we have a lot of different ways to capture our veterinarians in the new program. I can stop here if you have any questions about the veterinary authorized personnel program, or I can move on to the CERVID and address questions at the end. I'll move on. So with the CERVID authorized personnel program, the first thing I actually want to say is I want everyone to recognize the hard work that Laura Garrett has put in on the program. She came to authorized personnel September 1st and hit the ground running. She has effectively taken over the supervision of the CWD sample collection training. She gave her first one in Ingram last week, and it was by far the best class we've actually had. So we have had 9 of these certified CWD sample collector labs since we started in July in Region 2 at Commissioner Oates' facility in Huntsville. And to date, we have trained 185 individuals in the sample collection procedure. So that is our veterinary authorized personnel and our CERVID authorized personnel update. In addition, in our department, one of the other things that we manage is our intern and extern program for the agency. We had an extern, a 4th-year veterinary student with us for a month last year. He had a great time, and he obviously really enjoyed himself because since he's been here, I've had several calls from veterinary students asking for externs next year. And I also had a telephone call from a 2nd-year student who wants to spend the bulk of her summer here after she gets back from South Africa. So good word of mouth. In addition to Texas A&M and veterinary students, we're working with Region 5, and we're going to work with Texas A&M Kingsville. They have a very strong intern program, and we'd like to work with them to develop that program as well.
Where the map goes on there.
Finally, other authorized personnel department updates. There's 2 pretty significant changes, policy changes, if you will, that have happened since authorized personnel was started. The first one being that Texas A&M Health Commission will have a policy change for disapproved CVIs. So what happens when a Texas veterinarian, I'm sure you all know this, writes a health certificate and sends an animal to another state, is if that CVI is deemed disapproved for any reason. Right now what happens is the other state, the receiving state, returns the disapproved CVIs either to our agency, or they may also go ahead and contact the veterinarian directly. And what's happened in the past is that the veterinarian in Texas may get a letter from the receiving state, but they also will get a letter from our region, or a phone call, or some sort of communication about each individual health certificate. So one of the things that we've changed as of February 1st of this year is that authorized personnel will take over this process. And you may still receive, veterinarians may still receive communication from the receiving state, but from Texas Animal Health Commission, they will get one letter with a copy of all of the disapproved CVIs for the entire month before, and it will say, here are all your disapproved CVIs from the month of January. So a little bit more streamlined, I hope, and a little less duplication of effort, I hope, as well, and make it a little bit more consistent across the regions. I do hope to do this electronically if possible to save some money, but of course some veterinarians will have to do that through the mail. And then the other major department change is that at the beginning of this year, authorized personnel will essentially become the clearinghouse of all things veterinary, if you will. And so we're trying to incorporate veterinary continuing education, intern, extern program, disapproved CVI, region, agency compliance and field issues. We're trying to very slowly incorporate all of that into the authorized personnel department. So, so it's a little bit more consistent as far as who you're communicating with and the response. So the only other thing that I wanted to mention was the rule that you are, that Jean is presenting today about CWD. We did have a hand in drafting that, so we hope we did a good job. Other than that, I think that is end of the report. Questions?
On the CWD authorized personnel, on those CWD samples, timeliness of collecting those samples is really important. And one of the things I'm wondering about is as a veterinarian, a dead deer head's probably less important to me than 2 or 3 other things that are going to be happening at the clinic when it rolls in there. Do I want, and is it appropriate to have one of my technicians as a CWD collector so that those heads can come in, be collected, and get into the formalin faster than they would if they're waiting on me to get to it?
That's absolutely acceptable according to this rule, and we could come out and offer that training. If you'll note on the first page, the class that we had on October 23rd, those were veterinary technician students. That 39 students, that was vet tech students. And they were very excited to participate in that class. So that's absolutely something that we can make note of. It's a very good idea. Come to a clinic, a large clinic, and teach the veterinarians as well as the staff. Yes. So we can certainly do that.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things. One of the most complicated part of this is getting heads to practice on. The USDA folks have been very gracious in helping us collect those from slaughter plants. We use goat heads for the most part. But I would think technically, a tech could collect the brain under your indirect supervision. The bottom line is the sample good? If the sample's good, fine, and if the sample's not good, the vet's the one that's going to get chewed out by the deer owner. But we certainly want to provide training to your vet techs and do that at no charge. I'm not sure it's necessary from the regulatory part, because at the end of the day, the sample's going in under your name to the lab. But we certainly should expand our communication with vets to let them know. If nothing else, if you have techs that need to learn how to do this and make your job as a vet, practicing vet easier, we can accomplish that. So
What's the time frame on the viability of the?
depends on what the temperature is. If it's 100 degrees, what, three or 4 hours? If it's cold but not freezing, maybe a day. It's less than you better get it out pretty quick to answer, because the brain tissue degenerates quickly. So less than a day usually to answer your question. If you find a dead deer, you better get it. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Dr. Holt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you're concluded
Yes.
with your report?
With that part, and then I'm up again on the next thing. Do you
All
want
right,
to vote on
perfect.
that?
Well, with that, can we have a motion to approve the actions of the executive director?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the actions of the executive director for the period from September 17, 2014 through January 27, 2015.
Second.
Second the motion.
Been moved and seconded, we approve the actions of the executive director for that time period. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Ellis will give us we'll have to approve a temporary waiver on equine. Dr. Ellis? Ellis?
Oh, there you are. Dr. Quirk, Racing Commission. Good. Well, basically, I think this discussion's come up before, and I want to say that I think this is an example of where we're listening to the industry. And, but we put due diligence in to make sure that this concept makes sense. And so bottom line here is a reflection of, as y'all know, pyroplasmosis talked about the last 5 years, and one of the segments that was affected was racing quarter horses primarily, although we weren't clear of the implications to the thoroughbred industry. And sometimes they have dual meets, and sometimes they cohabitat locations, and sometimes they're completely separate racing seasons and entities. And so what you have here is, after due diligence and after one more year we were asked to consider this last year, and we wanted to go through one more year of evaluation of pyropositives and racehorses. And Dr. Schwartz has got some stats in his report for you. But bottom line is, all the racehorses that were positive for pyroplasmosis last year were quarter horses. And I think the year before they were all quarter horses, and the implication with the illegal activity that resulted in a number of indictments in Texas a couple of years ago related to money laundering and quarter horse racing gave us a level of comfort that probably, at least temporarily, I could waive with some confidence the testing requirement for pyroplasmosis on thoroughbreds entering a sanctioned track. Now, you've got a rule coming up that is creating a pyro test for racing facilities, whether sanctioned or not. And I would just say that the intent is for this waiver is to, at least for a while, you could always say, I'm not ready to propose a permanent rule yet, because there's really no reason with the waiver, and there's always a chance the illegal activity could jump back to thoroughbreds or something, something could happen. So this rule is indefinite in my mind and is binding, effective tomorrow. It waives the requirement for a pyro test on thoroughbreds entering the sanctioned track. If we find a thoroughbred at an unsanctioned track, they're supposed to have a pyro test. Your rule that you're going to consider later will codify that. The truth is, at an unsanctioned track where there's probably no papers, it's going to be hard to figure out whether they're always a thoroughbred or a quarter horse anyway. So basically, any equine at an unsanctioned track will still need a pyro. This waiver that I'm going to issue, and hopefully y'all will show support by just voting to support me, will indefinitely allow thoroughbreds entering sanctioned tracks to not have to do a pyroplasmosis test, which should help that struggling industry. We've had a number of discussions with different industry folks. Racing Commission's also on board with this, and so I'll be glad to answer any questions. There may be a speaker. Was there a speaker? Someone turn it?
I have not had anything turned in, but I would, if somebody does need to speak.
Yeah, they called me and I thought someone was coming, but I know the industry, quote unquote, and the trainers are in support of this, and they believe this will help their struggling industry as we compete with the surrounding states, you know, with higher purses for various reasons. So that's it. Just basically this waiver says thoroughbreds going to a sanctioned track don't have to have pyroplasmosis tests. I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request for a temporary waiver of the requirements to test specific equine for paraplasmosis.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve item 4, request for a temporary waiver. Or is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Ellis, and Dr. Schwartz will give us his report.
Good morning, Chairman Morales and Commissioners. It's a privilege to be in front of you today. Just want to mention before I get into the report is that we have 2 field epidemiologists who work for us now. Dr. Jody Hall has been with us 17, 18 years now, and thought he might be here today, but he hasn't made it in yet. The other field epidemiologist is Dr. Susan Rollo. We brought her on board last September, and she is in foreign animal disease diagnostic training. And I mention that because that training is held just off of Long Island, New York, Islip, New York, and so they're under about 2 feet of snow this morning. So they're not going in the ferry boat out to the island. They're going to stay in the hotel and do some lectures there today. So kind of interesting. So Braden, I'm getting a little feedback. I don't know if that through the microphone. I don't know what's going on. So thank you. So as my custom, I go through these diseases, this report by species, and I know it's a lot of numbers in there. I'll try not to bore you too much with all the stats, but I think it kind of keeps us grounded on the progress that's being made. So to start off with, tuberculosis in cattle, I'll go back to calendar year 2013, and that was sort of a high water mark in the TB case investigation world, because we had 15 cases of tuberculosis that year. 13 of them were in feeder animals that trace back to Mexico. 2 were in domestic cattle, 1 a steer, 1 a cow, and we were not able to find the source herd of either one of those because of lack of identification of the animal and lack of producer records, sales records. So that was 2013. 2014 was eerily quiet. We didn't have any traces for most of the year. We've only had 1 feeder trace, in fact, the whole calendar year 2014, but we did have 1 slaughter trace back to a dairy that's led to, Dr. Ellis has talked about that, actually 2 infected dairies, and that's more than made up for those multiple cases we had in previous years, because those dairies are large, very large. So the disease was detected through slaughter surveillance. So we had a cull dairy cow that went to a slaughter plant, meat inspection, found a lesion that looked like tuberculosis. It was sent to the lab, NBSL, and now they use, instead of waiting on a histopathology, they can actually do a PCR test. So we got results within about 2 days after that sample getting to the lab. We knew that we had a PCR positive for tuberculosis out of that cull dairy cow. So we went back to that dairy in Castro County and did some investigation there. There's actually 2 dairies about 5 miles apart that are under the same ownership and management, and animals moved from what I'll call dairy number 1, herd number 1, where we had this initial slaughter trace. Animals that moved from that area over to the second herd number 2. So we lined those herds up and tested them in November. There were about 10,000 head in the first dairy and about 12,000 head in the second. And so that testing was done. Because by then we knew we had tuberculosis, at least in that first dairy. So USDA indemnity money was available. We actually removed all 520 caudal fold responders out of that dairy. So they either went to rendering or to slaughter. And we found confirmed tuberculosis in 154 of those animals, so that dairy's got a pretty significant infection rate. Herd number 2, with about 12,000 head, we had far fewer caudal fold responders. That's the skin test that's done initially. We only had 51 caudal fold responders, and we only confirmed TB in 1 of those. that if there is good news in that story, is that most of the outside sales were from dairy number 2, where we only had the one, so far, we only know of one infected animal, and it was fairly recently introduced into that herd, in fact, actually August of this past year. So what we'll do is go back a couple years and work some traces out of that dairy number 2 because of what we think might be the source of TB in that herd. So we don't have the smoking gun. We don't know exactly how TB was introduced in that herd, but one thing we're looking strongly at is the fact that they purchased a feed yard to raise their own heifers. When I took over the feed yard in early 2012, there were still some Mexico origin animals there, and they had a chance to at least be fence line contact with each other and work through that same facility. So although we didn't confirm TB in those animals that were in the feed yard at that time, we think that's at least a possibility for introduction of TB into this dairy operation. And for that reason, we're going to go back to 2012 and trace out of that second herd. Dr. Ellis mentioned investigation of this herd. The genetic fingerprinting has been done, the sequencing has been done, and it matches. It shows it to be a Mexico origin strain. The closest we've had in the United States to this particular strain is one that we found in 2004. If you'll remember, we were doing testing all the dairies in the state at that time, about 800 dairies to regain our TB-free status. We found one infected herd near Hico, Texas, and this isolate that we found in the dairy now is the closest match was that 2004 isolate, but the specialists in that gene sequencing technology are telling us that those two are related, but it was likely 50 years ago before they branched off. And so there's a pretty good chance that both of these isolates came from Mexico years ago. That's what that tells me. We're also, we know that the herd, infected herd, was built out of some cattle from California. California is sort of, Texas and California are sort of similar. We tend to have ongoing problems with tuberculosis in dairy cattle. I think they've had 11 infected herds in the last 10 years and 7 different strains of TB. So there's a possibility that it came into the state several years ago, although this has been a closed herd since. And there's always a possibility that TB was introduced into this dairy through dairy workers, through human interaction. So we're working with the health department there to see if they can test the dairy workers for their own health as much as anything. So a lot of things happening there. There'll be a number of traces that we're working, going out of these, especially that herd number 2, but also herd number 1 that they sold some cull animals for several years there that the 2 railer buyers, and so they didn't go directly to slaughter. We'll be tracing those. You'll be hearing me talk about that for probably the next year at least. Dr. Ellis mentioned some rules that the commission passed last year that we're putting into place now for the first time, and that's the authorized calf ranch and heifer raiser. So that rule is good because what's happened in the past, some infected dairies, with dairies infected with tuberculosis, didn't have sufficient facilities to raise their own heifer calves, and so they needed to get them off-site to somewhere else for permit reasons or for whatever management reasons. They needed to go somewhere else, and we didn't have a way to do that, to allow them to move and remain under a restriction. And these rules allow us to do that now, so they can actually move these TB-exposed heifers off, raise them on an authorized facility, test them like we would the dairy cows, and then bring them back in or release them at some point where they could go back into production without being for quarantine. So that means it keeps the dairyman in business, and it also saves a lot of federal indemnity money. We can test those animals out and bring them back into production. So that's what we're looking at now. Before I leave the tuberculosis topic, I'll just mention the El Paso TB risk assessment. You're up for approval today that the change in that movement restriction zone that actually shrinks the zone and takes away the automatic or mandatory test of animals in that zone. So you'll have a chance to vote on that later. So I'll move on now to brucellosis. Fortunately, that has been relatively quiet on the brucellosis front. This past year, we've had 45 investigations, and that means that the animal was a suspect or reactor level in brucellosis. We've not found cattle brucellosis or Brucella abortus since 2011, but we regularly have cases of Brucella abortus. That's where feral swine and cattle interact at feeding grounds, or in East Texas, there's particular dairy where the feral swine like to come up and eat with the dairy cows, and they've spread brucellosis to those cows several times. We have been watching the reports out of the greater Yellowstone area because we know they've got brucellosis in bison and elk, and bison and elk, and sometimes spills over to cattle in those states surrounding there. So the commission passed a rule, I believe last year, that required a post-entry test of those animals coming from the Yellowstone area. And Montana, one of the states bordering Yellowstone National Park, has had 2 cases of cattle brucellosis in their designated surveillance area. We know it's ongoing, and we feel like their post-entry requirements is limited because we know that brucellosis can incubate for months or even years in a heifer and heifer, so that we feel we're justified in testing those post-entry. Just touch briefly on trichomoniasis. This past year, about 29,000 bulls were tested. A little over 700 of those were positive. If you just do the raw calculations, that's about 2.45% test positive. Last year, it was about 2.2%. So Dr. Ellis mentioned, and Commissioner Locke will be setting up that trichomoniasis working group probably in April, and we'll do some calculations and see if that is a significant difference between those 2 numbers, and kind of look at the population of bulls in the state to see what that means. Are we really finding more trick, or is it just moving on to the cattle fever tick eradication effort? Dr. Ellis mentioned there are 17 infested premises under quarantine in Cameron and Willacy counties right now, outside of the permanent quarantine zone. Of those 17, 3 are wildlife only. They have white-tailed deer and nilgai. The other 14 either have cattle now or they had cattle before. Obviously, those have to be gathered and treated regularly. Part of our job as epidemiologists, though, is to see, not only determine the source of infestation in this case, but where these ticks might have spread. So as Dr. Ellis mentioned, we trace out animals that were sold from an infested herd for a year before we know that herd was infested, sort of built in, because we don't know exactly when those ticks arrive. And so as a result of those traces, we've had animals that have been shipped to our Animal Health Commission Region 1 in the Panhandle, Region 3 kind of in the northeast, Region 5, which is South Texas, and Region 7 right in the center of the state, as well as to New Mexico and Kansas. So we've had some animals that have left herds down in this blanket quarantine area and with potential of carrying ticks out of state to New Mexico or Kansas. We know that's outside of the traditional range of the fever tick, especially the one that we have in particular, the Rhipicephalus microplus of the 2 fever ticks. That one is more cold sensitive, but so we're not as concerned about those animals that say standing in a feed yard in the Panhandle of Texas with the weather that we've had, but we still have to follow up on those. And I would mention that we do a lot of tracing, and occasionally it pays off, because in this case we found infested cattle that had left a herd in the blanket quarantine area, and they had gone to 3 different counties. And so we found either infested cattle that traced directly or cattle that had commingled with those cattle with the fever tick. So we know we certainly take that seriously, tracing those animals, those exposed animals, and following up. So fortunately, all of those I guess if there's a fortunate thing, is that all the infestations were in South Texas, where we know how to deal with the fever ticks better. But it is concerning that they could have spread had we not done those traces. Moving now to the swine. In 2014, we diagnosed brucellosis in three herds, backyard herds that had feral swine contact. Pseudorabies, we found 3 infected herds, and one of those was found recently and is currently under investigation up in our Region 4, Northeast Texas. PEDV, the coronavirus, as you know, last summer, USDA made those reportable. We don't actually quarantine animals for that disease, but we do require that they develop a herd plan and get that herd plan on file for dealing with PEDV. And we've had 64 positive tests on 11 premises. 10 of those were commercial swine. One of those was a show pig operation. So that was our first of the year that happened this last fall. And you've got a proposal to vote on changing, that deals with swine, to change the double fence requirement to a single fence requirement around feral swine holding facilities, which we don't think will have a disease impact, and it actually promotes some commerce, if you will. Switching now to equine piroplasmosis. At your last meeting in September, I reported 6 new positive horses that we found. We haven't found any since then, which is good news. So we've had 6 in the past year. All were Pileria equi, which is one of the 2 organisms that cause piroplasmosis in horses. All of them were quarter horse race horses. So that's part of the reason that you just saw that waiver for exempting the thoroughbreds from testing. Since 2009, when we had that big South Texas ranch investigation started, we've had, outside of the ranch investigation, we've had 118 positives. Horses, 36 of those were found through the high-risk testing at Clayburgh and Kennedy County. And now, so we found 36 that way. We're maybe a third of the way through Brooks County, and knock on wood, so far haven't found any positive horses out of about 180 tested. So things are looking good there. EIA, that's a traditional program we've had for years. This last year we found 3 positive horses there. And Dr. Ellis already mentioned the change in the CDI date. Vesicular stomatitis, Dr. Ellis has gone over that, so I'll skip through it. That, like he said, a historic outbreak in Texas. Colorado had it worse than we did. They had 370 cases, where we had fewer cases. I think we had 62 premises under quarantine. Not showing in your report, but it's worth noting, is that last week we got a report of a horse with neurologic signs that tested positive for herpes PHV1, or rhino as we know it. This horse had been on the PRCA circuit, had been to an event in Odessa. Before that, had been in other competitions. This was a team roping horse, and we got a report that the horse tested positive and was having neurologic signs. And so we worked with that show, with the showground there in Odessa, but also with the PRCA, and got a message out. I think there were 700 and something, around 700 owners of horses at that event, and they've got all those. Fortunately, they've got all those on an email list, so we could do a targeted message to those people to watch your horse, keep them separated, watch for fever, and also instead of just blasting this out all over the public media, we were able to focus in directly to the people we wanted to reach, and I thought that was a pretty good effort. So Dr. Max Dow and Dr. Jody Hall were at the forefront of that effort. So the horse that started this is under veterinary care and seems to be recovering. So it seems like a fairly mild infection. So that's good news. And we got about 10 horses that were exposed to it directly in the trailer or on at that stable that are under quarantine until we get 3 weeks past any clinical signs. Moving on to poultry, Dr. Ellis mentioned infectious laryngotracheitis. This was sort of a banner year for that in a bad way in the commercial broiler industry, especially with 18 farms breaking with laryngotracheitis. Those farms were allowed to move their animals, move their birds onto slaughter, so they didn't have to be destroyed and put in the ground. So they were marketed early in some cases, but at least were able to market those animals, and then clean and disinfect and get back in normal operation. We tested backyard flocks for a 1 mile circle around each one of these and found 4 infected flocks, and those were removed with indemnity money that the commission authorized us to spend in this case, and also with the commercial production monies in combination. So those 4 flocks are purchased. we have one commercial laying operation under quarantine for LT, and it remains under quarantine. Those birds tend to stay on the farm for a long time and go through the laying cycle, but they've had not had overt disease in probably 9 months now, so apparently it's laying dormant. Worth mentioning in the poultry discussion is high-path AI, highly pathogenic avian influenza. We have not had cases in Texas. I'm knocking on wood.
Don't say it.
Sorry, Dr. Ellis, I have to say it. But we've been watching the outbreak that's happening in the northwestern United States and Canada. There are strains of avian influenza virus that have crossed over from Asia on migratory waterfowl. They've gotten into backyard flocks, into falconry, where they fed wild ducks to falcons in captivity, brought the disease in there, and also now it's in a commercial turkey operation in California. So there are 4 states, California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, that have all had this high-path avian influenza, and there's actually 3 different strains now circulating in the wild bird population, and that they're in that Pacific flyway, and so those birds go south and north along the Pacific coast, but if you follow that flyway up into Alaska and the Siberian Peninsula, those flyways cross, and so we're concerned that those same birds, they could get avian influenza brought down into the central flyway right over us. And so we put our poultry producers and industry on alert in our backyard operations and our live bird markets, make them all aware to try to stop that wild bird domestic interaction where that virus might get into some of these operations, cause significant losses. I completely left exotics off of my report here, and that's just my oversight. I want to mention that with our chronic wasting disease program, we undergo an annual review with USDA, and that was done in July this year. And we got the stamp of approval on our chronic wasting disease monitored herd program, and so they gave us a certificate for another year to continue with that. I think Dr. Ellis mentioned the wasting disease surveillance that we're doing in partnership with Texas Parks and Wildlife and Davis. And so this is the third hunting season we've done that. Previous hunting seasons, we did surveillance on about 300 animals. This year, the hunters weren't as successful, so we only were able to test about 150, and we found 1 CWD positive animal in that same area in the Waco Mountains where we found it before. So that's sort of what we expected, but we're glad to see that it does not seem to be spreading quickly, at least in that part of the world. Let's see. So Dr. Ellis talked about some other issues with CWD surveillance and electronic and radio, so I'll go through that. My last topic is about animal disease traceability activities. As announced at the last meeting, we have the Texas Animal Health Commission IT staff and others developed an electronic CBI. That's where veterinarians can go online and purchase the CBI and fill it out electronically. We charge the same fee for that as we would for paper, although at some time we may want to consider a different fee for an electronic document because it saves us labor and time. We also have agreements with 2 other private entities who provide electronic certificates of veterinary inspection in Texas. The last topic then is approved tagging facilities, and those are facilities that producers can use to be in compliance with identification requirements. And to date, we have 79 markets who have signed up to be approved tagging facilities, 13 feed yards or buying stations as well. We distribute tags, so we call them bright metal tags, or the 9-digit USDA shot ear clips. There were almost 650,000 of those tags distributed last year through state and federal personnel and through private veterinarians and through agri-life extension offices. So we're trying to make those tags available and ready for use so folks can comply with ID requirements with the least cost as possible. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude my report.
Is there any questions?
Is electronic certificate readily acceptable?
Readily accepted? Yes, I think, it's generational to a certain degree, but it's inevitable, and Andy mentioned it. I think, based upon some budget issues, it's not a lot of money, but we probably will come back to y'all at some point with a suggestion to offer a discount for the use of electronic health certificates to veterinarians, because we have to get away from paper. And the Texas Animal Health Commission electronic certificate that was created was not intended to compete with the other private or businesses. It was intended to compete with our paper. And I would say within 2 or 3 years, I'm going to recommend we stop paper completely, because we don't have any way to get the data entered into our computers. So is it accepted now? Yeah, by everyone under 40. You know what I mean? But for those guys, well,
I resemble that a lot.
Yeah.
Old school doesn't count anymore.
No, I mean, obviously there's folks of all ages using them, but it's most accepted by the generations that have grew up with technology. So, but I'm just telling y'all, the commission's going to have to eventually stop producing paper. There'll be a lot of dialogue with the TVMA and the vet community. We'll have to give them plenty of notice. I think our first idea is to provide an incentive, whatever that would be. Say it's $5 for electronic, $7 for paper. Hopefully we can start to change minds. You'll save $2 to use electronic, and we'll do that for a few years, and then we'll say, okay, you got one more year, and we're going to stop, and then we're going to stop, because Andy's right. We spend money on printing, shipping, all those things, and at the end of the day, we can't get the data in our computers for disease traceability. It's not. We'd have to hire someone, so you're saving lots of money. And so, yes, it's accepted, and it's the future.
The federal forms are pricey, like the EIA, like $4.
What?
Yeah.
You're paying, you mean from Global Vet Link?
Yes.
Well, that's private enterprise.
Yeah. I mean,
You don't have to use that form if you don't want to. We don't have an Animal Health Commission EIA form. It's certainly something we can look into. Our computer staff is busy and overwhelmed, but I will say this, since you mentioned that form, that's probably a form that the commission staff should look at considering amending on behalf of the veterinarians. There's some problems with that form. It's not exactly a good form, and just some of the language. For example, it says in there, "I promise I bled this horse."
Yeah.
And your technician might have done it, and I didn't realize till just a few months ago, we don't have to use that form. So we may want to talk to the vets and the equine folks and the industry about possibly amending that form. If we do that, to have a Texas EIA form, and if we do that, then we might want to look at an electronic Animal Health Commission form.
I promise you,
But
everybody, all the vets would go to it if you could do it
with that said,
less than the Vet Link,
But with that said, we're not in competition with Global Vet Link. They're actually better than us. I mean, they've got entire bunches of people working on electronic software development, and we have no intention of trying to compete with those guys. So if we could develop a basic, simple electronic one that would be of service to the Texas vets, we could consider that. But the folks at Global Vet Link are our friends, and they are our partners and our stakeholders, and I do not want to try and make a better widget than they've got. But if we could look at an electronic alternative that would be free or cheaper, and that's kind of on the list of 1,000 things to do. It's just not.
We've actually done some initial
Yeah.
work with that and have we copied the federal form basically in a fillable format. You can drop in digital photographs. We've done that work, but haven't made that available to the public.
Yeah.
One advantage to the private provider, the one we mentioned, Global Vet Link, is that it's integrated with the labs, and so they can receive those documents electronically, put the results in it, return it to the veterinarian and all to the owner. So that's the piece we would have to work.
Yeah, the next step, if we want to do that, would be to work with the horse industry and the equine veterinarians, and probably put together a little working group and just brainstorm on, if we're going to make a better form, let's really make it a better form. So what changes would we need? Then go from there. I think it's a 2 or 3 year process.
At what point do you think it's going to quit? I mean, look, it's a 0% infection rate.
Well, when do you quit? I mean, we've been testing horses for 20 years, and we've gone from hundreds a year to 3. But you've touched on a subject that I'd like to talk about in the future, is that you can't stop an eradication program until you're finished. And then really with Mexico, we're never going to be finished with the EIA. California has received a number of positive horses in the last year that came out of Mexico, race horses. And they went to California because we cracked down in Texas and indicted a bunch of those cartel folks. they will be back. So we have an ongoing threat on our southern border, and we've got a population that can live to be 40. And we had EIAs, a lot of EIA even 10 years ago. So we've got probably another 20 years. USDA is actually evaluating that question, and there is some discussion at the national level about what's their role moving forward. And I think the state's going to have to step up. My recommendation is that we not quit anytime soon. Actually, truthfully, it's a law. We couldn't quit right now. You'd have to have statutory change to stop it. And if you have so in the next 10 years, that discussion would be appropriate. One of the things, depending on the budget coming out of the next biennium, one of the things we may want to look at is creatively trying to attract testing of the at-risk population, which is horses over 20 years of age. And it may be, let's say we think there's 100 left in Texas. So maybe we get creative with some free testing opportunities for horses that would otherwise not get tested. And if they have a positive, maybe we give them some money for disposal, and maybe we try and attract that and speed this process up. Eventually EIA, except for the Mexico portion, will die out of our horse population. But you really can't, that's always the problem in the eradication program, is how long is long enough to say we don't have it anymore. I'm not comfortable with that yet. It's a legitimate question that the vet community and the horse industry needs to talk about, but we're not quite there yet.
Well, you know, the thing is, decades of people have been trained to have their horse tested, and you know, it's just a common thing. Everybody has a horse now, you know, gets them tested. But
well, down your woods, you're probably more at risk than they are in
It's
Amarillo.
unpredictable. I had a horse that I tested every year for 12 years, a trail ride horse. All of a sudden, she showed up positive one time. We ended up putting her to sleep. So,
We've just got to still maintain, we got to get creative in finding the at-risk population, which is the 30-year-old Shetland pony behind the barn, those kind of horses. How do you do that? I don't know unless we just wait for them to all die. That's where I'm trying to think creatively about attractive opportunities. Our lab runs EIA. We could run the EIA at no cost. We could test the horses at no cost if they're in that at-risk population. We could probably, without busting our budget, pay for disposal or just quarantine them. At least we know they're there and they won't give it to other horses. So
moving to Cameron County in the Piro, you might want to pull 2 blood tubes, you know.
the problem with that is it's a great idea, except we need to work with the vet community to make sure we're not taking business away from practicing veterinarians. But we would certainly encourage your involvement at that point, because if we can ever stabilize that down there, then I think we're obligated to go back and test all those horses for pyro. I would love to test them for EIA, but that's going to be a negotiation. So is it the stray horse or the horse that's tied in the bar ditch that doesn't have a vet? Yeah, we're not taking someone's business. But if it's someone with 10 horses and 4 of them go to rodeos and events, they have a vet. So it's the same issue we're going to deal with trick on when do we test trick bulls at government expense versus vet. We're going to have to figure out a acceptable compromise that's codified and that we can be consistent, so that when is it okay for us to test the EIA horse and when is it not. In my opinion, with our lab and the low cost to run an EIA ELISA test, we could do them all for free. But the vets, we're going to have dialogue with your vet counterparts in Cameron and Hidalgo counties before we do that.
You know, one thing.
Go ahead, Doc.
One thing that you could, while you're on that subject, you could ask the inspectors could ask the owner if they have a veterinarian and pull the blood and take the blood to the veterinarian, let him process the paperwork, and you know, they'll have the description of the horse and everything, and let the vet send it in, or let your guys send it in. Just I know. Stepping on toes, but
Sounds like we need another working group.
Oh gosh, please.
Commissioner, did you have a question? I'm good. You good? Okay. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it. Dr. Varner, would you like to introduce Dr. Hazel? Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry, Hazel? Pronounce it, 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 I'm sorry. We all know Dr. Varner.
Chairman Morales, Dr. Ellis, and Commissioners. I'd like to ask Ashley for a little change today. Where I end up speaking most of today, Dr. Hazel was at the stock show in Denver last week, and I think she was with Dee and Texas Health Commission. I think it did a little bit too much partying, so she lost her voice, and so she can't speak very well. So I said,
thanks for outing us.
So I will introduce Dr. Hazel first. She is a she's a Missouri grad. She is a practitioner, she was a large animal practitioner in southwestern Kansas for a number of years. And then she worked for USDA. In fact, I hired her for practice when I was the area vet in charge up in Kansas many years ago. She's worked for USDA for 12 years. And I'm excited to have her. Her new job is, new title is called, she's the Assistant Director for Texas. She's going to be a real asset for us, for the industry, for USDA, for our partnership. She brings a lot to kind of new ideas and a new focus. And my only concern is that when we talked about this job opening, 6, 9, 8, 9 last summer, and at that point, we didn't have Cameron County. We didn't know we had Cameron County, and we didn't have this area, and so the issues with that. So I hope she's not regretting her decision. Dr. Hazel.
Good morning, and thank you. As you said, I have missions this morning, but yes, Cameron County's been a little deceiving, but I look forward to working with everyone. Thank you, and hopefully next year I'll be able to speak a little more clearly. And I'll defer to Dr. Harder.
So I thought, there's been a lot said, and I'll just spend a few minutes. And there's some new commissioners, and so Kevin Varner, I'm district director for what's called District 4 in USDA, and that's like the 6 states in the southwest part, in the south central part of the United States. Texas being our focus. Based in Austin, when we look at District 4, we know, and actually that's one of the things I have to push a little bit, because the guys up in Missouri who are District 4 say, we don't know if we want to be with Texas. But Texas is big, and Texas dominates this district. I thought what I'd do is just really focus on 2 subjects, and that's TB and ticks, and really not try to plow the same ground that people, we've talked a lot about it, but I just wanted to bring up just several things from the USDA perspective and from our partnership perspective. The first thing about TB, I think, I want to emphasize something that I'm not sure that everybody realizes. The typical TB herd, I was at the area vet in charge in California for many years, and in 08 we fought TB all year. And what we fought was typically what we see in the United States in these dairies. The first dairy we depopped was 5,000 head. We found 4 lesion animals. First test, that was it. That was it. 4 lesion animals, 5,000 head. That's what we see. The next herd we depopped was 1,000. It was like 1,200 head dairy, one lesion animal. Next dairy, we took a bunch of animals out of it, but we only found 2 lesion animals. I mean, that's typically what we see in the United States in the last 30 years, is 2 or 3, 4 lesion animals. Thousands of head of cattle. Okay. So now we look at what we're seeing up in the Panhandle. We've pulled 520 responders out of those 2 herds. Over 150 lesion animals. I mean, this is something that we don't normally, this is something that we see in Mexico. We don't see it here. This is a different bug. This is a different bug than we normally see. We talked about, we haven't seen it for 50 years, right? I mean, this is something that just kind of popped up. But there have been a couple dairies recently in the United States, one in Colorado, and it's not the same bug, right? It's not the same bug. But we saw these high infection rates in a Colorado dairy and a few years ago in a California dairy. But this is something, so just understand that this is really this is a different animal than we normally see with TB. It's much more aggressive, affecting a lot more animals. Does it put, did it come from an employee? Is it, we just don't know. I just wanted to point that out. So, again, with TB, what we're doing with our partnership, we're assisting. We're there. We're working alongside Texas Animal Health Commission employees. We've got 30 people, USDA people from all the United States. Working on that first herd test. We're there with disposal of epidemiology. We have discretionary funds each year to deposit. So we basically went through the United States discretionary funds when we took those first 520 animals out. We took out majority. I think we have like 2 million, I think, in TB population funds each year just up front. And we're burning through most of those with these first 520 head. A good share. One of the things that Dee and I and Dr. Ellis, Dr. Hazel and other folks are going to meet this week. And one of the things that we're going to be doing at USDA is we're going to turn to the what's called the CC, we're turned to CCC funds, or Commodity Credit Corporation. Just, I think most people in the room know, but USDA is one of the few agencies in the federal government. I think there's only two. They can actually go to the CCC fund and get money without going to Congress. And that's all about fighting emergencies. It's all about things like this, animal health, human health, or animal diseases. You've got to have the ability not to go through Congress and get mired for money. So what we're doing for this, we've done some numbers. We don't know what pathway we've got. We know we've got a bug that's going to be hard to kill. Okay, it's a bug. Our diagnostics with TB are limited. I mean, our diagnostics really, we're doing the same thing diagnostically that we did 40, 50 years ago. We've added gamma and some other things, but still, our best test is to open that animal up, look inside. So we're looking at those numbers. So if you start, I'm not sure what pathway. Do we go through a test and slaughter? Do we depopulate? Do we depopulate half and this herd? And that? That's a decision we make with the owners, with the industry, with Texas Health Commission, with USDA. But no matter what we do, even every time we test, when you test 20,000 animals, you're bringing in 30, 40 people, and you do multiple tests. All of a sudden, you start talking about 6 and 7 figures kind of things. So we're actually putting together, and we're working with the CCC fund request, and we're going to try to figure out what we're going to ask for. And if you start talking about a depopulation, even on one side, you're talking $15 million. I've seen a number of $35 million. Again, this is not. When we depopulate, we sit down with the owners and we figure out what makes the most sense for everybody, right? But we're going to look at that, plus part of that CCC funds is also looking at a cooperative agreement for the state. And so we're Texas, where we try to defray some of the costs Texas Health Commission is going to generate with this kind of incident. So that's TB. Anyone have any questions on that?
And I think you may have answered my question, but can you give us some kind of an idea of what your short-term plan is versus your long-term plan? I mean, you're talking about where the outbreak of TB in the dairy is concerned.
So what we're doing, of course, with Texas Health Commission is the short term is we're gearing up to retest. Like the Texas Health Commission, Dr. Finch is up there. We've put together teams going in, I think, next week, 2nd, right, and then the 9th. And we're going to go back through and do another test. And we're going to look at ways where we're going to try to bring some of those animals to slaughter. We have an advantage here in Texas. One of the interesting things too with TB, I fought TB out in California and years ago in Kansas and Nebraska. It's getting harder and harder to find a slaughter plant that will take animals out of affected dairy. Typical American dairy, like I said, 5,000 head of cattle, 3 or 4 legion animals. That's all good meat. But a lot of slaughter plants don't take that stuff anymore because they've got school lunch program contracts. They've got these other. They don't want to have this issue, this idea of that we're taking these animals. We happen to have a company, a slaughter plant in Texas that can work with us on this kind of dairy. So we pay fair market value, and so if we get a little bit of salvage, that saves the taxpayers money. Plus, we don't waste all that protein. So we're going to try, but that's our next step is testing. Because the CCC fund thing, that takes a little bit of time. And also we got to figure out, you want to make the right request because you don't want to go back a second time. And so we've got to get our epidemiologist heads together and we'll figure out is it, or do we go for, do we envision potentially, depopulating half, just how it's going to shake out and try to do the best test. I don't actually have a timetable. Years ago, we used to go to the CCC all the time to get TB money. Even for Texas, we bought out those dairies. We all know it down in El Paso, $40 million, I think. That was all CCC money. But then OMB, Office of Management Budget, they basically raised the bar on what we have to provide for information before they give us money on this. So the timetable will be a little bit longer, but short term is test and slaughter.
Kevin. Help me with my epidemiology on this. You've got 500 cows that are caudal fold positive. You've got 154 with lesions. The other 370 cows, are they incubating the disease and have not developed the lesion that we can find at slaughter?
Good question for Andy. We find animals get sensitized for a lot of reasons. And, I never get excited about a dairy that we're in. I don't care how many skin tests we have until we start, once we see lesions, then we know that we've got TB. But if we see animals, they've got birds and they're exposed to, avian TB or something. So we'll see lots of sensitized animals. So I don't know, we normally, with 520 head, you certainly wouldn't see normally 154 lesion animals,
30%.
Yeah, you normally see, again, I'm expecting it, 10 or 20 or something, That's my experience, right?
I'll add something there, but in dairy cattle, the caudal fold response rate's usually higher than beef. And so you would say 2 to 4% is not unusual, especially with regulatory vets, because trying to discern any response at all. So do 10,000, 4% is 400, we got 500. So it's not that unusual. And we had some weather issues there. It was really, really cold, and we're going to have to go back and reevaluate our protocol for handling the gamma tubes. Because the gamma test involves live blood cells that then generate gamma interferon, which we test for, and we think we might have had actually some tubes got too cold and killed the blood cells before we could get them back in the ice chest. So there was a number of things there, but the percentage of caudal fold responders wasn't really that unusual. But the number of lesion animals, especially realizing this dairy was tested 4 years ago, we tested it for a trace to a different infected herd. And so this is, like Kevin said, this is the second dairy in the United States that's gone from 0 to blown up in a very short period of time. And we're epidemiologists are trying to figure that out. And Kevin, forgive me for just a second. In the back of the room, Jody Hall, raise your hand. Jody is our epidemiologist for the Panhandle. He's worked for us for, 20-something years? And he's never been to a commission meeting, and we finally told him it was okay, he could come today.
Got a chair up here
But
for you.
Jody is our dairy epidemiologist for Region 6 and 1, our West Texas. And Jody, welcome to the meeting. And I know you like to talk extemporaneously if you'd like to add anything. I know he's not. He's a quiet thinker. Epidemiologists are quiet thinkers. But that's my thought, is that the caudal fold response rate's not that unusual, but the number of lesion animals, we have no answer for it. Andy, I don't know if you want to add, or Kevin, but yeah.
No, I think that's it. I mean, the published sensitivity of that caudal fold is about 85%. So we know if we had 100 infected animals, we're going to miss 15 of them right off the bat. So we have, in this case, we have had one cow that was completely negative on the skin test, but was cold anyway and found with TB. So we know we missed some in that herd. It's just, but to sort of address that question earlier, what's the short-term plan is to test those dairies. The long-term plan is to model them. The USDA has a model where we can put in how many lesion animals we had, how many different management practices, and try to make a prediction. How many 60-day tests are we going to have to do, pulling out all those responders before we clean up this herd? And so that's being done now. Hopefully it'll be ready before we actually test that herd next time, so we can present it to the manager and say, this is what it looks like going forward. We have had dairymen who just couldn't stand it anymore and just sold out at a huge loss. And they've got feed contracts, all kind of stuff, even without federal indemnity. But we're a long way from that in this case. So we got 2 dairies here, one with only 1 lesioned animal in it in 12,000 that we found, the other with a lot of TB. So we're hoping to make that split, hoping to get half of this release soon, maybe in a year.
Next month, you're testing all of them again, both herds?
Yes, sir, both herds. And we're talking about what's appropriate for that herd number 2 with the only 1 lesion. It'll depend on what we find in this test, and then we'll either use 2 or 3 more tests probably to release that one, assuming we don't find any more.
And is this the same owner of both herds?
Yes.
And cross much?
They went primarily in one direction. I think it's better genetics, better production in one dairy, and when they ran out of room or needed they moved them over to herd number 2, but not the other way back. But they did have a chance to possibly commingle at that feed yard I mentioned, where they bought the feed yard, and it's only their animals there now. but there's a chance that the two dairies heifers, commingle to some degree there. They're kept in separate pens, but anytime you work them through the same facility, or they might be nose to nose across the feeding pen, there's a chance for TB transmission. They each had their own colostrum, it was pasteurized, or the waste milk's pasteurized, although the pasteurizer was broken for several months, so it's that kind of thing that happens on a dairy, that big production.
You'd be interested to watch the epidemiology on the workers at those dairies too. No, really, I mean, we face this deal with El Paso.
I probably can't talk about it a lot, but we have been in contact with DSHS. They talked to the dairy. They did some initial testing, and I think there's some things went awry there. So
Well, I can add to that. The public health, the buzzword, and one of the new buzzwords in the veterinary community is One Health, which means you have to evaluate the environmental health, the veterinary aspects, and the public health. It's a national initiative. Dr. Culp is our One Health liaison for that. I had a discussion yesterday with the Department of State Health Services, zoonosis lead vet, about this, and part of the problem in Texas is there's a disconnect between the state agency public health officials and the county. The funding for public health in general is federal and state money that's then passed through to county officials. So if you go into your county public health office, even though they've got Department of State Health Services money, they work for the county. And in this specific situation, I called Dr. Sidwell to talk to him about strengthening our working relationship and strengthening the One Health concept, because our epidemiology is going to be dependent upon them diagnosing TB in these dairy workers. And his answer to me was, even though we had called and talked to the local folks in Amarillo, they had not even told their office in Austin. And so we've got an MOU that we tweak every couple of years, Department of State Health Services. We got to go back and tweak that MOU to strengthen their obligation to report to us, and also their obligation to make sure the county people who don't really work for them do the right thing. And as Andy said, there appears to have been some problems with collecting information and possibly samples on the workers. And this is critical to us to try and prove once and for all, at least in this dairy, was there a connection to humans? Humans get the bovine form of TB often in Mexico by drinking raw milk. And so the question, the 800-pound gorilla here, is could the dairy workers, some of which came from Mexico, reinfected this cattle herd through close contact while we're milking them? So our One Health concept is there. It's not really as strong as I want it to be, and it's one of the things we need to work on is strengthening that. And in Dr. Culp's role, when we get this really going, is then she could work at the agency level to make sure that the public health people do what they need to do, because not only do we want to diagnose this, but if they diagnose it in a human, we want them to do cultures on those humans, so then we can compare our DNA fingerprint to the one we've got in cattle. And that appears to be a really weak point, where the medical community oftentimes would prefer just to treat the humans and go on, here's your pills, they're free, take them every day for 6 months. We need more information, and so we're committed to strengthening our One Health commitment. It's USDA's vision as well, and they've got liaisons. And we've got to get better at that, because we suspect there is some human connection. But right now, we're actually, when we called the other day, they said they couldn't talk to us about it. And that's why I called the boss and said, this isn't going to work anymore. We got to work together on epidemiology where there's human and animal involvement. And he agreed with that. He's not the problem. But we're going to have to strengthen this commitment with public health folks in the future. And that's going to be very difficult, because they're a lot bigger agency and a lot more issues on the human side than the animal side. So.
When dairies hire personnel, do they TB test those people? Huh? Look, that'd be a smart thing to do.
Yeah, we drug test them, may as well TB test them.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is a lot of them are vaccinated. They're vaccinated in Mexico, and the fact that they react doesn't mean they have TB. So then you get into a diagnostic situation with the medical community. One, they're not very good at it, and two, they don't really want to do that, and three, who would do that? And you're back to a county official. I mean, it's a huge can of worms. If I were a dairyman, I probably wouldn't do it, but when we have an infection like this, it's critical that we try and work closer together.
Dairy may not want people to know they have those people anyway.
Well, they might quit. I mean, it's all kinds of issues.
Quit on the dairies.
We lost, it was funny, because early on, we knew that this dairy had imported 400 heifers from we knew an infected dairy years ago. That's why we tested in 09.
Right.
And so you're thinking, well, there it is, man, we just missed, you know, this can test animal, we just missed it. An animal didn't react to the test. That's a different TV. We saw that in California. Dairies across the road from each other. Infected dairies we found across the road from each other, different bug. Okay, so that was the issue back then that's slowly coming, is what is the human health component? I mean, this isn't, you know, not, I mean, this is complex enough. Okay, all the movements within the dairy industry. But now, how much of a factor is a human worker? So, and everybody kind of dances around it because it is a difficult subject, right? So let me just switch to ticks, guys, and I just want to emphasize the point from a little bit different perspective. Just want to remind everybody, Dee mentioned vaccine. We are doing the field safety trial right now. It's ongoing. It's been ongoing for a couple of months. Those animals will be good, and these are producers in South Texas that volunteered to do this. Okay, they're in the permanent quarantine zone. I contacted them. They said, "You bet, I'm all for that." So we went down vaccinated, then revaccinated. We're riding those herds every day, looking for sick animals. You know, and we're out now 30 days from the second vaccine, and we haven't seen any kind of vaccine problems. The animals are looking good. That trial was done end of February. We pushed it back up to Ames, our Center for Veterinary Biologics people. They just go through the data. We're just looking for safety stuff, and they're gonna then the next step is the approval for our usage in the program, Texas Animal Health Commission, USDA, under an administrator's exemption. That's what we're, and at that point we can. These are epidemiologists to figure out where we're going to put that vaccine, how we're going to use it. The one piece is that barrier, you know, vaccinate all those animals in the quarantine zone. But how do we use it in Cameron County? Now, we haven't started talking about that stuff. You know, we're still months away, but we've been talking about it for years. You know, I've been talking about this vaccine for years, and finally, maybe we're going to get this thing done. Okay, I've just got a couple things to kind of expand on, and I want to talk about the Cameron County challenges. And one of the challenges we've got is this, and you know, we get paid to know these things before, and I'm telling you this now. But basically, after this, when this is happening, what we have here is we have basically a line of wildlife refuges. You know, here's our permanent quarantine zone, right? And in the permanent quarantine zone, we have producers, all 600 miles up to Del Rio. We have producers that when they sell animals, they contact their local tick rider. We go out and scratch those animals. So we have surveillance, right? So we have surveillance. But if you look here, we have on this side of the permanent, here's the permanent quarantine zone. On this side, we've got Boca Chica Wildlife Refuge. Right on the other side is Bahia Grande. And then we go on, there's a bunch of wildlife refuges that aren't even on here, smaller. And then you get to Laguna at Tascosa, that baby runs all the way up to Oasis County. It's basically a highway from Mexico for animals, and at the same time, we've watched those nilgai populations have increased. They've got more of a range, they swim better, and we basically have a highway in the United States that doesn't trigger anything in our traditional program. You know, you don't quarantine nilgai, right? I mean, essentially, you're not quarantining. You know, you're not stopping the movement. You're not. There's no place where we're scratching those animals. We're going to look and review as we go through this why this happened. Okay, I mean, we got this guy here reporting to us last summer. We knew this pasture was infested early. We were working with this guy. We knew this was infested Boca Chica in 2009 on this side of the permanent quarantine zone. But the question is, how we get up to here without us knowing, okay? What didn't we do? Well, one of the things that we didn't do is we didn't do enough wildlife surveillance. That's on us, okay? I've had to pull up the numbers, and frankly, knowing what we knew over the last few years, we should have been doing more wildlife surveillance. And I don't know how that would have changed what we're seeing today. But if we knew a year ago, we'd be better off than if we'd been knowing what we do. So that's the since the incident's begun, we have been fighting weather. Dee mentioned that. Lots of rain, and that's tough country down there, and it's tough to gather cattle. And so we've had a week of dry weather, and we're, it's gonna turn, and we're gonna be able to work. Dee talked about wildlife, and I think that's the thing. Our focus is when it comes to nilgai, is to look at permanently trying to keep those numbers at a minimum down along in that Boca Chica area, right along in those wildlife refuges along the border. That's the story that we need. That's our goal. I think above that, we come right into conflict with hunters, and that's always a problem for agriculture. We've seen it everywhere. Every time we come into conflict with hunters, it's just a hard slog because they're people like us, but they've got different, they don't want the same outcome. I mean, they have different issues, right? Financial issues. So, the final thing I'm going to point out is that in our blanket, temporary blanket we put together, a large percentage of that is wildlife refuge land. So we're having a new partnership with Fish and Wildlife Service that we haven't frankly had before. And this is what we're finding with these guys. They want to work with us. And one of the places that's working well is this fact that they don't want nilgai in their property. If you think about people that usually go to wildlife refuges, they like everything that's alive, right? And so there's not a lot of people support Fish and Wildlife. There are not a lot of those people that want nilgai gone. But the wildlife managers there, that's an exotic, exotic species, not native to this country. They want them gone. Well, we're the stick, Texas Animal Health Commission, the USDA. We make it possible for them to keep those nilgai populations low. So that piece is going to work well for us. We're flying tomorrow. We're flying tomorrow. Thursday. We're going to fly Thursday again. We've flown 3 times this year. We took some animals off of Boca Chica. We took 100 animals, 100 nilgai off of Bahia Grande, just the wildlife refuge on the other side. And we've got a window through the end of February to take as many nilgai as we can off of that Fish and Wildlife land. And they're in agreement to do that. They're 100% supporting. They want to see those nilgai populations reduced. And that's an ongoing relationship we're going to work on year after year. And we might be able to keep those populations low in that area just because we can take them off that Fish and Wildlife land. And then they'll come from other adjoining lands, and maybe we can keep those numbers at as low as possible. The part where that's the good side. The bad side we alluded to is whitetail deer. We need to feed those deer. We need to kill ticks on deer. That's just we can handle the cattle. We can work with the cattle when it's dry. We can do that, but we need to be able to kill that. That's a piece that we need to put in place for a while. And so we're going to try to not let this drag on with Fish and Wildlife. We're going to try to get a ruling with these guys. They understand that our window for feeding corn that we treat environmentally is February 1st. It's the first day we can start feeding. We were prepared to start feeding February 1st. Well, we're going to miss that now. But that window goes through July 31st. We can only feed that. That's our window for feeding. We can kill a lot of ticks. We can get those deer used to eating corn. We can do a lot of good this year. And so we're working at the Washington level to try to get those guys to make a decision as soon as possible. The one 800-pound gorilla is that if they don't agree to let us feed outside, they could technically stop any deer feeding that we do all along the border. We still feed deer in Zapata County where we have infestations. We still feed in Starr County. Other places where when we find infestations, that's part of the program is to feed those deer until we don't hunt ticks. So that is the thing in the background that they could affect our program all the way up the border. We have areas that we need to feed deer. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Varner.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons will give us the report of the audit subcommittee. and I think it was a very quick meeting this morning.
I think about 7 minutes. Anyway, we had approval of the 2014 annual audit report, which was an action item, and we had the second one, which is the audit plan for the 2015-2016, which is, I think, is a very good concept of what they came up with, the commission and our two auditors, Mr. Rufus and Mr. Gonzalez, and they set up the parameters that'll qualify for a high, moderate, or a low area, and there was quite a few of them on there that fell into the moderate. I don't think there was any lows. So anyway, there was about 20 items that they're going to be looking at, but going by 2 years, we'll be able to, won't have to stop in the middle of the year and redo it, so I think it's very good comps. And there'll be some it'll stop a lot of overlapping. So with that, Mr. Chairman, it was very quick. We just approved the plan. There'll be a lot of things coming on for the next 2 years. So it's time.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the audit subcommittee report as discussed today.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the audit subcommittee report. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Ramirez, Bonnie will give us her report. I'm sorry,
It keeps us awake, right? Well, good morning, esteemed Chairman and Commissioners. This morning, it was with great pleasure that I share with you some of the agency's most recent communication initiatives. Let me start off by saying that I'm proud of our team. Thomas back there doing the audio. Callie back here, you saw her taking pictures earlier. The quality of material that we produce between all of us, the dedication, discipline, the commitment that they put forth. So I do want to thank and recognize Callie and Thomas for helping, take the department to the next level now with their addition to the team and family. There's been a great deal, you've heard of Dr. Ellis, Dr. Schwartz, Dr. Holt, USDA talk about the teamwork between all agencies. Everybody's been busy, rocking and rolling. The agency's been going a million miles an hour. So what does that mean for us? Well, for the communications department, that means news releases, first and foremost. So first, I'd like to briefly talk about some of the news releases that we've recently disseminated. We've shared tons of information to the public since our last commission meeting, either a news release or announcement form. 18 to be exact, if my numbers are right. The news releases range from anywhere from Cameron County fever tick response, which is a hot topic these days, you hear us all talking about, TB in the Panhandle, pyrotechnia in Berks County, Dr. Colts and Dr. Ellis's accolades from within the industry, anthrax in Jim Wells County, vesicular stomatitis, and avian influenza updates, just to name a few. So a wide range. As you can see, they're in your commission book. If you missed any, please let me know. I'm happy to send you the links. As always, they're available on our website too. Regarding the agency's presence at industry conventions and conferences, both past and future, some of the exhibits we've had in late September, you heard Dr. Colt mention about the Southwest Veterinarian Symposium. Not only did they participate in it, but we also had an exhibit booth there. That went very well. Within the next couple of months, we're going to be kicking it into high gear. We have several exhibits from within next week to the next couple of weeks and months. We've got National Cattle Raisers Beef Association in San Antonio. We've got Texas Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association in Fort Worth. We've got Texas Department of Emergency Management, as well as several local regional emergency managements meetings, and the same with local independent cattlemen association meetings. That's just to name a few. I'll touch just really briefly on NCBA. I've been here about 5 years with the agency, and that is a national association. As far as I'm concerned, this is the first time that it's been in Texas while I've been PIO for the agency, and we're really excited to be a part of that. That's going to be a really big deal, and it's going to be great for us. It'll be at the Henry B. Convention Center, and we'll start setting up for that next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday.
So you'll have a booth at the trade show?
Yes. Come visit us if you're going to be there. So now moving along to our media interviews.
It's kind of a domino effect. With all the volume of news and events going on within the agency, what comes with that? Media request. Something new that I've included in this commission book for Dr. Ellis's request, you'll see is a THC media interview spreadsheet. And that basically will show you the range of interviews that we've done. There's been 15 interviews just from the last commission meeting to currently. Several different executives, region directors, executives from here in central office have taken part in those interviews, and again, the topics vary. And if you have any questions on that spreadsheet, please get with me offline, and I'm happy to answer those for you. You'll also notice
I thought you did more.
in my portion of the agency commission book, Dr. Ellis's article in the Texas Veterinarian Magazine. And basically, that's a publication for the Texas Veterinarian Medical Association. Dr. Ellis submits his, I guess you can, for lack of better words, feature columns in every edition of the Texas Veterinarian. So again, those two are there under my portion of the commission book. Next, I'd kind of like to sum up by bragging a little. Okay, well, let's not lie. I'll brag a lot about our social media channels. I get excited about a lot of things, and it's usually little things, but social media, it's here to stay, it's free, it's great. So as no surprise here, but as could be expected, all of our agency Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn accounts have risen in popularity. They've all grown respectively. Let me take a poll. How many of you now follow us on Facebook, Twitter? Do you have more? Hey, I think I'm seeing more hands. Good job. Share them all. One of these days we'll get to there, right?
Yeah, one big slide.
But the two things that I really, really do want to brag about, first and foremost, are YouTube videos. They have been a monstrous hit, and that, in part, is from hiring Mr. Thomas Swafford. With his skills, we've been able to do tons of videos. Just to give you a quick little stat, yesterday evening when I left the office, we had almost 5,000 views. 5,000. So imagine in a few months going from having 2 videos and just audio clips of the commission meeting, to now having 9, 10, 11, I forget how many videos we actually have posted on our YouTube page, but now we're up to 5,000 views between everything. So I think that's pretty amazing. I'm really excited about that. And I invite you guys, if you haven't seen our videos, just go to our homepage. There's the little YouTube icon. Just click on it, and it'll show you the list of all the videos, educational, ones that we have informational, and then you'll see your guys' self on there. We have the audio clips, and then we'll have a picture of y'all, so y'all can always listen in to the commission meetings.
I promise by the next meeting I'll be there.
I'm gonna take it. We're recording this, right, Thomas? I'm gonna play back that next time. So in any case, I'm really excited about our videos, and I do encourage you guys to go to our YouTube page and look at them. You'll be really impressed and pleased with what we're able to do at this capacity for the agency. So the second thing is a brag about announcing we have the newest addition to our social media platform. That's Instagram. Anybody heard of Instagram? Yes. Yay. Okay. Basically, in a nutshell, what Instagram is, storytelling through pictures. So as a team, we got together and put our heads together and thought about it, if it made sense for our agency to do this and to have a presence on it, and who would coordinate, spearhead, all that good stuff. In either case, long story short, we're on Instagram. We're growing. We just launched it, I think it was January 1st. So new year, new way to connect with us. And again, it's a fun, easy way for us to tell our story, who we are, what we do, capturing the essence of our mission through pictures. So excited, yes.
So maybe Callie, who's
I think she
our
already posted on
20-something,
Instagram.
I was going to say, did you get a picture of the commission to put up on Instagram?
I did that this morning at about.
Yeah, see, she's already on it.
So
There's that under
notice her
40
walking around
connection.
with her phone. She's posting it on
So-
Facebook or Instagram.
Did you get Sherry asking him a question earlier?
So I am really excited again to brag about those, some of those additions to our communication outreach plan. There's some of the social interactions that we have screenshots in y'all's commission book. Don't be surprised if you see yourself. And like Dr. Ellis mentioned, Kelly and I had talked about Instagramming this morning a picture of you all, and later this afternoon, it will probably be on Facebook and Twitter as well. So hopefully there's not a bounty for any of you guys.
And Bonnie, one other thing I want to explore, and we'll have to talk to the chairman first and Gene, but I think we should explore the opportunity of videotaping, putting the camera up and actually not running an audio of these meetings, putting a video. And we have an expert now, Thomas, Emmy Award-winning videographer from KI42 or whatever channel that was you worked at. So I think we want to talk about, we want to put a camera there and just have this on, not on audio, but actually on YouTube. You can just go watch the meeting and for our stakeholders that can't come. Certainly we're to the point where we need to have a serious conversation. That just means you all have to sit up with better posture at all times.
Why would you watch it but not be able to hear it?
Right now you can hear it, but you can't watch it.
Oh.
What I'm saying is we video it so you can see it and hear it.
Oh, okay.
Because if you go on our YouTube, there's an audio of this meeting. It would make more sense to have a video on YouTube than an audio, but wouldn't do it without first permission, and second, the legality issues. Gene and Mary would have to take a look at that. But if you go to the Capitol and testify, it's just one camera in the back. All you get is the back of someone's head. But if that's good enough there, maybe we could put one up here, or even have a temporary one we put up and take down. But I think there would be people that would appreciate that, but certainly just want to have that discussion
For
in the
what it's
future.
worth, there has been inquiries about
Yeah.
that exact proposal. So. Well, I'll get off my soapbox and I'll just end by saying that we strive for excellence as a department, so continue looking for bigger and better things from us. Anybody have any questions?
Just want to compliment you. I've been involved with this agency a long time, and one of the problems that we've had, especially when we're visiting with the legislators, is telling our story. And I think we're getting there now. Well, I know we are. So it's simply getting it out to the public, and your generation knows how to do that.
Yes, you just call me young.
I guess you don't write letters anymore. I mean, I guess it's instantaneous, but thank you.
You're very welcome.
Your anthrax release got a lot of attention.
Especially down south.
I sold a lot of vaccine, so.
Thank you very
I'm glad
much.
it had a positive effect.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you all. We'll see you next time.
And now Dr. Hughes Garza will give us the laboratory report.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Pleasure as always to be here. I hope you'll indulge me. I'm aware of the time, so we'll try to be quick. But because we have a couple of lab employees that we're going to recognize at the end of the meeting, I have our lab supervisor, Ray Molina, here with us today. And since he's here for the meeting, I asked him to update you guys on what's been going on. The one thing that I wanted to say relates to the first bullet point on your agenda. There's been a lot of talk about the TB situation. Obviously, the amount of testing that's going on impacts our lab. And I've found myself frequently calling Ray saying, I'm going to need some people to work on Saturday or to come in early or to stay late to try to help with the volume of tests coming in. And the answer is always, sure, no problem. So I just want to say that I appreciate that. And I think that it's fortunate that our agency has a lab that is part of the agency and understands the field work that's going on and why it's important to support that with the testing. So I just want to thank them for that.
Hey, Holly, you just reminded me of something, too. Come on up, Ray, but if any of y'all would ever like to go see the lab, take a tour maybe after a commission meeting or the afternoon before, we'd be glad to set that up. It's not that far away, and it's probably well worth your time to just kind of go see. That's a whole nother world that we don't talk about a lot, but they're the key to our success in a lot of ways in our regulatory testing. So Ray's the manager there, but if you guys want to go over there at any time, let us know. We'll take you.
It's a great improvement over the old one.
Huh?
It's a great improvement over the old one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good morning, Chairman Morales, Commissioners. Dr. Hughes Garza said, we've been doing our part with the tuberculosis. Also, going along with that, we've been partnering with Teogen to test a quantum interferon TB test. It would be another test that we could run. It'd hopefully be a shorter amount of time, since it would, part of the reaction would be actually in the tube and not done in the lab. So hopefully reduce it from a 2-day to a 1-day test. So that's an additional test we can do. That's at no cost really to us because it's using all the same equipment. So mostly useful dollars. The LNH plant had closed, slaughter plant. past year. Now we're using the cabinet slaughter, so cabinets and well our two slaughter plants will be using. We're able to do that transition without any real hiccups. We have two folks that are going to be going up to Ames, Iowa for training CEM, and also to brush up on our food sources as well. And our quality manager, Amy Ramage, is going to be retiring at the end of this month. So we wish her the best, and we're going to start looking for a new quality manager right away so that we can continue being part of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. And with that, that concludes the report.
Any questions? I would love to go see that. Seems like I'm always in a hurry to get back after the meeting, but we need to make time.
Okay.
And maybe we can schedule something after the next meeting.
Sure, absolutely.
Love to. Maybe we can get a group of commissioners to go do that.
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
like to.
Fantastic.
We should have our PCR test up and running by then as well, which is cutting edge DNA technology, and so that'd be great. Next time we can set that up.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 10. Mr. Turner will give us a report on emergency management program activities. Yep.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Y'all made it town today. So we've talked a lot about all the bugs on the border and diseases and all kind of things. So emergency management's been a little bit busy, kind of coordinating some of those things. So we'll run down right quick some of the different stuff we've been working on. Other than that, some planning updates. One of the big things, no matter what we're addressing, diseases or natural response, we have some kind of plans in place for that. One of the big ones that we've had for a long time has been our foreign emerging animal disease plan. We've been working on that pretty hard with a bunch of stakeholders across the state, and that ought to be completed and out, published and everything by March. And that plan's been laying for quite a while, and so we're finally doing a lot of work to get that up to speed. One other plan that's taken a lot of time that hadn't come up yet was that little dog up in Dallas, the little Ebola event. Everybody's talked about a lot of other disease things going on. That ate up a huge amount of time for this agency. It was unbelievable that this one little dog could do that much, but it brought to light a lot of things. We didn't really have a plan. We talked about all hazard plans for everything in the world. We didn't have an Ebola plan. So we spent quite a bit of time doing that. Federal work groups, Dr. Ellis has been on the livestock group, Dr. Culp did a lot of work on the companion animal side, doing a lot of things there. Dr. Hughes Garza worked on what kind of personal protection you need to have. Talked a little bit just a minute ago about the TB part. You know, are our guys in the dairies protected from TB or whatever? What about our responders that had to go take care of that dog? Are they going to get Ebola and die? So we did a lot of work on that stuff. So anyway, some other plans is just popping up. We're having to get back to hurricane planning. It seems like we're always right around the corner from something going on. So we're always working on different things. Going into the emergency response that we've done, talked a lot already this morning about what's going on down in Cameron County. Emergency management's been down there supporting that effort, working a lot on the planning piece, trying to make sure everything's going well coordinated or whatever. We have people going back and forth down there taking care of that. It's either us or USDA partners is filling that plans chief on that incident management staff, and I've been working pretty hard with that. The Ebola incident, again, we did a lot of work with that. I'd like to bring up, Dr. Dow up in his region 3, and his staff up there, Bonnie Crozier. They worked real hard doing a lot of stuff up there in that response. Those are two of the big ones. Of course, Cameron County's still going on. Ebola's kind of fading out. Still have a lot of meetings and discussion about that. So those kind of things. Some trainings we've held over the last quarter here in this room. We've had some ICS classes, brought in some different agencies. A lot of our staff got to participate with that. Texas Military Forces, some of their hands came over here and took some classes with us. That's going to be a real big deal because some stuff we'll get to here in just a second on exercises. Actually, this weekend, we're going to be working with the State Guard on an exercise, a 3-day exercise that they've been planning for about 6 months on how they would respond if we called them up to help us with FMD in the Panhandle. So us being on the same page and talking with them is really an important deal. Some of the exercises that we kind of got scheduled out for the next few months, actually about 1.5 years we're looking at. We've got one, it's called the Multi-State Critical Mass Exercise. It's going to be happening there from now till the middle of summer. And what we're doing there is we're looking at our part, how we're going to be able to shelter a bunch of animals. Whether it's a companion animal piece, the cats and dogs, all the way up to the horses and cows and stuff, if something big and bad happens when they're doing stuff. We've got another exercise that's going to be pretty good value. We've got some partners coming in with that deal. Be our local responders. Veterinarian community's kind of engaged in this a little bit, and livestock producers. It's called a virtual tabletop exercise. It kind of falls in that, not quite as gray hair world, talking that virtual stuff. We're going to try to figure out how to do that. Get Thomas to make sure that we've got video conferencing equipment ready to go to be able to do this exercise. It's actually being held in Maryland, but we're going to be doing this exercise here in this room, so it's pretty cool to do. We've got state mandated continuity of operations or continuity of government exercise that we've got to do this year for the agency. We've revised our continuity of operations plan. We're going to test that sometime later this summer. About midsummer, hopefully before hurricane season gets kicked off bad, whenever some other things settle out, we're looking at that. And one other exercise that's pretty important is the FMD exercise that's going to be going on up in the Panhandle. We've started initial efforts on that, doing some planning now with the Panhandle working group up there, how they're going to respond and how the locals would respond and help us if there is an FMD outbreak going on up there. So a lot of things going on. We're kind of scheduled out for the next 18 months. It looks like we'll keep busy, and of course all the other things that just happen regularly, whether it's disease or natural disaster, we'll be trying to help coordinate that stuff. One thing I would like to say before I close is I do appreciate working with Dr. Ellis. That role, that award that he won, being the first veterinarian to receive that, that's pretty important. I've been doing this emergency management stuff for about 20 years, and that's pretty significant. So I really think that I'm pretty lucky to be working with him, somebody that can share some of his experience. So open for any questions y'all may have.
Like in the foot and mouth disease scenario that you just mentioned, with the National Guard, what would the role be to take heavy equipment in, dig holes, and put them in it and burn them, or what's your
some carcass disposal issues they could help us on?
Carcass disposal, and then probably, that's going to be a huge impact on people.
One of the things that our National Veterinary Stockpile, as it comes in and say we go to a strategy, a vaccination to slaughter strategy or something like that with them, and that stockpile comes in on a bunch of 18-wheelers. Well, it's not all going to go to one spot, so we've got to break that out and figure out and kind of get it farmed out to all the different places. That takes staff, it takes people to actually do that, physically, take the stuff apart, restack it back as to which farm or ranch it's going to go to. I need help. I need staff to be able to do that. I need more bodies to make it happen.
Guard comes in there.
Yep. So just some of those things. Security for a facility. I'm not worried about stopping traffic all over the place, but there may be some people that want to come in onto a facility that has FMD or whatever, and I need to secure that place just to keep some of the undesirables away.
Carry it out on their shoes.
Yes, sir. So, I think there's some roles to play, and we're going to work through some of those this weekend, and of course, all the way up to our full-scale exercise next summer.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank y'all.
Mr. Luna will now give us administration budget status report. Stephen, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. I'll try to make this as unboring as possible. Talking about getting all the things to get boring. And I know a lot of folks have already covered a lot of the issues, so I'm going to give you a lot of the dollar values. And y'all questions at any time, call out. A lot of the numbers are the same. I mean, the general revenue hasn't changed since September 1st. The THC was appropriated $8.1 million for fiscal year 2015. We did move forward from 2014, approximately $500,000, and we had the authority to do so. The state, the GAA, the General Appropriations Act, gave us that authorization. And that money is generally, what that was from was the fact that they had increased the number of FTEs that we could have. And FTEs are, the title is full-time equivalent, and that's how the state looks at an unemployed. So they've increased our number of FTEs from the previous biennium where they really hacked at us. And in the process of building up to where we're at today, just so you know, from September of 2013 to the end of from the beginning of the last fiscal year to the beginning of this fiscal year, we brought on approximately 20%. Well, we increased our employees by approximately 20%. But not all of that was at the very beginning of the year. The agency looked at where there were needs, and then they would start bringing those positions in. So not all of those salaries that this money was appropriated for was utilized starting September 1st. So we were able to roll it forward. Federal funds, we are looking at approximately $2.5 million for federal funds for this fiscal year. That includes an anticipated $325,000 cooperative for the Cameron County fever tick outbreak. We are not calculating any federal funds for the next fiscal, back up. The federal fiscal year for our cooperatives runs from April 1st through March 31st. So basically we get 7 months and 5 months. And so it dissects the state fiscal year, which is a little fun to deal with. The issue the commission has is the cash flow period of what happens is we finish a quarter, we report it, and generally it's about 30 days from the end of the quarter, that's when we report it to the Fed. Anywhere from 15 to 60 days is when we will receive the funding. So theoretically, the federal cooperative might start April 1st, but we might not realize any of those funds until September. So it's hard to rely on those, especially as we would need, especially for payroll purposes, the funding by mid-August. So it'd be basically out of the picture, so we don't count. Capital budget funding, we had approximately $300,000 set aside for capital budget expenditures, $150,000 for fleet, and $150,000 for technology refresh. We have asked for additional supplemental general revenue funding for this fiscal year, and this is due to the two big discussions, TB and cattle fever tick, which we discussed. Cameron County fever tick estimate is approximately $1.18 million is what we're anticipating spending for the course of the year. We are averaging $99,000 a month. If you take out the USDA cooperative that will help offset some of those costs, we're looking at a general revenue expense of approximately $860,000 that the agency has to come up with. Also on the Panhandle TV dairy herds, we're estimating approximately $291,000 for approximately 10 months. There is, at this time, it's not factored and it's not definite if there's going to be a USDA cooperative to offset that. Again, at the rate it's going, by the time if there was one, we would probably not be able to realize those funds until September or October of the next fiscal year, just due to the whole block period it takes for us to get those funds from the USDA. The total request for the supplement GR funding is $1.15 million. Another, not the one that's not on here, that Mr. Turner mentioned was the Ebola dog. I'm going to throw this stat out for you. Just the Ebola dog alone, the commission and 2 A&M vets that were there responding expended, and this is what we reported to TDM, we expended approximately $50,000. So just to let you understand, that 500,000 that we rolled forward has helped. But there's been a lot of expenses on here, and we, due to the size and scope of the TB and the cattle fever tick, we are asking for additional funding to make sure we get through this. Fee revenue, again, we're about on par with what we were last year. We anticipated approximately $722,000. The state portion will be $265,000, and our portion will be approximately $457,000. This money is strictly used for our fleet operations. FTEs, the THC has appropriated 161 FTEs for this fiscal year. When we started, like I said earlier, we're approximately 20% higher for the biennium than what we were when we started. We currently have 150.5 FTEs with 4.5 coming on. We have also, as of back in September, we had discussed the LAR submission with the exceptional items and the requests that we had made. I want to revisit the exceptional items because we have submitted a revision. So we've asked for general revenue to replace the fee revenue that's expiring. Some of it expired September 1st, 2015. We would lose approximately $123,000 a year or $246,000 for the biennium. And again, this fee revenue, this would be strictly for our fleet. And so we would be taking a big hit out of general revenue, $246,000 that would have to come out of another pot. We'd have to find a place to pay for it. But if we could get this general revenue, it would help offset some of those costs, or the fee revenue, it would offset the costs. Feral swine, we asked for approximately 4 FTEs, and for the biennium, approximately $600,000. Border animal health, 5 FTEs, and approximately $600,000 for the biennium. Executive director salary equity, it asked to bring the salary group from 4 to 5 and increase the GR for $180,000, and it would come down to approximately $113,000 for the biennium. Ms. Schmidt will go on detail about that, but I will be discussing the other changes. With the revision, we've asked a revision of the border security animal health. We've asked for approximately 2 offices, one main office, a regional office with a sub-office. And the way I understand it, they'll both be located somewhere along the border, probably one in West Texas, one in South Texas. We've also asked for approximately 23 FTEs, including 12 inspectors, 2 veterinarians, and the support staff needed to maintain a new region office. We've asked for equipment, trucks, trailers, chutes, spray box, panels, to assist with the work going on in the border. It comes to approximately $4 million for the biennium. For 2016, it'll be $2.4 million, which is mainly because of it'll be higher than fiscal year 2017 due to the purchase of the equipment. 2017, we're looking at approximately $1.6 million, and that's just the basic year-to-year expenses. We also requested, again, $300,000 per year for capital budget purchases. Be $150,000 per year for trucks, technology refresh, for a total for the whole year, $600,000 for those 2 items. We have revised that request, mainly for the fleet vehicles. We currently have 25 of our 58 vehicles in our fleet currently have over 100,000 miles, 130,000 miles. And right now, the state is using 130,000 miles as the threshold for retirement age for a vehicle or useful life. That is approximately 43% of our fleet. We were asking, on a yearly basis, we've been asking for approximately enough money for 5. 5 is not going to get us out of this hole, so we have increased this. We increased it to 34 trucks total, including the 5 that we normally ask for a total for the biennium of $1.14 million to replace our fleet. Also, another side note, of those 25 vehicles that are over 130,000, half of them are over 200,000. Now, the agency I think we're doing a real good job of maintaining the trucks. Once they get to a point where they're not cost effective, you know, we're putting more into them to keep them running, we take them out of operation. And we sell them back, the state purchases them back, and we get a little money for it. But currently, that fee revenue is helping us maintain a good life on these trucks. And but we are asking for the money to, as much as they will let us, to clear house, start over, get some new trucks, because we do put a lot of miles on them. And just so you know, the 130,000 mile life it's 9 years. I think it's 9 years, 130,000 miles, and we hit that long before the 9 years. Just so you know, the paperwork, some of the paperwork in y'all's folder, I had updated it and replaced it yesterday. I have the one that was mailed out to y'all is still there, but the new one is in there also. If y'all have questions regarding that, basically where the money is right now. I also put in the folder the letter that was sent to the LBB, or the Legislative Budget Board, and the governor's office, and it's actually lots of other folks, but this is the letter where we asked for this funding. I also wanted to mention the LBB has put out their introduced House Bill 1 for the upcoming biennium. We did not fare very bad at all in this, except in one category. They have reduced our FTE. So basically, they reduced it from 161 to 150.5. So basically, where we're at today is as far as we could go. They did reduce for the biennium, they did reduce our agency by 100,000, decreased it by 100,000. Actually, just over 100,000. It comes to a 0.3% decrease from what we asked for the previous year. So we did not fare bad money-wise on the original estimate. They did decrease the FTE cap.
Stephen, if you want to, you can help me explain this. Their logic was they just averaged how many FTEs we had for the last 2 years. And we were at 125 going into the biennium. They gave us approval to go to 160, more or less. And we're still hiring. We only have one HR person for the entire agency. And so, you know, you post 4 or 5 jobs at a time. It takes you out an interview, and you got to, you know, all those things. We're just now at the end of the biennium getting to where we were supposed to be. But they went back and averaged, and they said, okay, well, you had 125 in October of 13 and 127 in November and 130. They put it all together, and they said, well, you only need 150, although that's actually lower. We'd have to lay some more people off to get back to this. So we definitely want to talk to them about their logic, which was there was no literal way for us to hire 40 people the first month. You know, it's taken us 2 years to get 40 people hired, and I still don't have any vets hired back on top of that. So we believe we can explain this, and they may recant that decision, but he's right. Half the battle's lost when it's in writing. It's up to us to change that now. So we're going to have to explain and plead our case to get that FTE cap.
And we are in constant communications. We are working with the LBB and the governor's office. I honestly believe we do have good relationships with them, and I believe they will be willing to work with us, even though they too have constraints that they have to work within also. So that is all I have. Are there any questions that y'all might have? Yes, sir.
Stephen, on placing of the agent fleet, have you looked into a lease?
Yes, sir. We currently have 5 lease trucks, and we are renewing that. I'm not the best expert on the
miles each up.
Well, currently we have several different ways we're doing this right now. We're actually renting cars from Enterprise, and so in these rental cars every 30 days we take it back, and we're paying for the use of the vehicle, we're paying for the fuel, but we're not paying for any maintenance. So 30 days, it goes back to the shop, and that goes back into their system. Our guys get a new vehicle, they don't have to pay for any of that stuff. It's a little costlier, but in the long run, it will probably be saving it's a little costlier at this time, but in the long run, it would save us money. We do have lease trucks, yes, sir. The lease trucks, currently we have 5. The lease is ending and we're actually have a new lease continuing. But we have found that it's almost better for us because of how rough we are. I'm not wording that right. Because of where we have to go and what we have to do, it would be best if we own the vehicles. We still are saving money. We are actually the last time we calculated, it was last summer. It's actually costing us 33 cents a mile to operate our trucks. Whereas the mileage reimbursement rate that the state put forth is, at the time, it was 56 cents, and now it's 57 cents. So, you know, that's what, 60%, 65% right there. Yes, we have looked at lease trucks. Problem is, we have to give them back after 3 years. And the stuff we have to do, you know, places we have to go, it's really rough on. And so instead of us, you know, having to, at the tail end, have to make up cost for those lease trucks, it's better for us to own the trucks.
Well, the Fever Tick program is a great example of pulling heavy chutes and water tanks and really heavy thing into pastures and go. You may only go 5 miles, but it's 5 miles down a pasture road, in and out, and you do that over and over. That really tears these things up, and is one of the reasons too. One of the things we know we need to do is buy more 4-wheel drive vehicles. We've got a lot of people by themselves in remote locations, and that we don't need them stuck. I mean, it's just, he's right. We're really hard on vehicles, but I would just tell y'all we're always open-minded to whatever makes sense. And we do have lease vehicles, we have purchased vehicles, and we pay some people to drive their own depending on the situation.
So do we have to sell them back to the state, or can we sell them outright to?
Yeah, you have to sell them back, I think.
We take them to the state surplus, they sell them, the state keeps 75% of the proceeds, we get 25%. So,
What a deal.
What kind of vehicle are you getting 300,000 miles out of?
It's a diesel truck. We have a 4-door, I don't know if it's 4-wheel drive, but we have the diesel truck that has over 300,000 miles on it. The standard purchase truck is a 3/4 ton, 4-door, and a long bed to accommodate everything we have to put in there. And all of them come with truck boxes, and we also set them up for able to haul either goosenecks or tongue pull trailers.
Do we have a bunch of 4-wheel drive?
No, I think we only have 2. 1.
Two trucks.
We need a bunch of them.
I can see where you need a bunch of them.
Well, they're real expensive, and we just couldn't afford them. But that's, I mean, that's why we're putting this in here. We just need.
The border region that we set up, all of those inspectors, since they would be working the border, we estimated 4-wheel drives.
It's a security issue for our people, and you know, it's time. I mean,
Yeah.
Any other questions? Not, could I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the administrative budget status report as discussed today.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the administrative budget status report. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Stephen. Marissa Schmidt, how are you? Good morning.
Good. Before I start with the leases, purchases, and contracts, I would like to introduce one of the new administration employees, Louise Abbott, in the back. She's our Information Technology Director. She started with us on January 20th. She came to us from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. She was not incarcerated. She was actually for 28 years. She's got a wealth of knowledge in IT and also a lot of management experience, and we're really excited to have her. We're gonna throw her into the fire right off the bat. She's going to Amarillo with me next week. We're going to the TV test to demo some equipment. And I told her we'd be up and out there at 4 a.m. She's very excited about that.
Welcome.
Thank you. This morning, we only have 2 purchases and contracts that exceed $25,000 for your consideration. Any questions you have about that?
Any questions? How about a motion then?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the contracts and purchases requests as discussed today.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, we approve the contracts and purchases requested as discussed today. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, and now off to item number 13.
Thank you. Before we talk about this proposed letter, I wanted to preface this by saying that this letter is about the executive director's salary in general as printed in our appropriations bill. It is a line item in our appropriations bill. We are not talking at this point about Dr. Ellis or his salary, but approval for that line item in the appropriations bill. So in your books, we have a proposed letter that if you approve, we would like to send the governor and some of the other officials, the lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, Senate Finance, House Appropriations, and so forth. This letter would show that you support our request to raise the minimum salary of the executive director's salary. Stephen talked to you about our legislative appropriations request that we did in August, or last summer actually. And in that, we asked to raise, one of the exceptional items was to raise the executive director's maximum salary rate to $180,000 and to the executive group 5. It was in group 4. However, the state auditor's office report came out on the executive director's salaries in August. I'd asked them for a copy of that, or at least some heads up on what they were going to request prior to us making the legislative appropriations request, but obviously we didn't get that. And in that report, they recommended that the Texas Animal Health Commission's executive director remain at group 4 with the full range of that salary group, which goes to $167,500. They also listed a market value of the executive director at TAHC as $152,116, which is still in that group 4 range. We still believe that group 5 is the way to go, the $180,000 range, as that would be, the commission would still vote the executive director's salary, but we would have the authority to move it up to $180,000 if we could get that. But at the bare minimum, we would like to have at least the authority to move it to $167,500 at the top of the group 4 range. And there are several reasons for that. First and foremost, one of the things that I would like to tell you is that the executive director's salary for the Texas Animal Health Commission has not been reviewed or raised or changed since September of 2007, when it went from $95,000 to $120,000. So, as you can imagine, in 7 years, the market value should have increased considerably from that. The agency is also experiencing salary compression, and what that means is with the executive director's salary staying stagnant at $120,000, the subordinate managers, as their salaries increase, they're butting up against the executive director's salary. Currently, we have one assistant executive director that is within 7% of our executive director's salary, and the other is within 3%. So, with the executive director's salary being the ceiling for the agency, there is no room for growth there. The standard compensation philosophy suggests that a 15% differentiation should be made between the executive officer's salary and subordinate managers, and we just do not have that here. We've also lost key executive staff in the last few years. In 2012, we lost 2 of our assistant executive directors who went to a sister agency for 20% more money than our executive director's salary allowed. We had no bargaining room whatsoever to keep talented, good staff. We believe that raising the salary cap for the executive director position will help us for future growth. if we were to try to go out in the field right now and get an executive director for the salary cap that we currently have, we would have a very hard time recruiting, and vice versa with our assistant executive director and just management staff in general. So for that, we are asking that you approve this letter to go to these folks supporting the raise in the executive director's salary. And I will be happy to entertain any questions.
My compliments, you explained it very well. I really don't have a lot to add to this. I'll say on the record that I think this is one of the most important things that we're discussing today, because it's for the future of this agency, and this agency is made up of great staff, but when we're limited on being able to keep good staff and bring in good staff, we need to address that. We need to address it now. It's not about Dr. Ellis. It's about the future of this agency, and it's about growth that not so much in FTEs, not more people, but working more efficiently. And let's face it, we're trying to hire veterinarians, and that's hard to do when we're limited on our state veterinarian. And I firmly believe Texas is very unique in the fact of our border situation. We're the biggest ag state. It's hard to compare our executive director and state veterinarian to any other states, because those states are structured significantly different than our state is structured. Most of the state veterinarians work under a Department of Agriculture. So I firmly believe in this, that we need to do this, and I plan on taking this letter personally and making some visits and telling our story and trying to get this out to the leaders and elected officials to get this changed.
It's a good letter.
Okay.
I think it's great.
I support this 100%. I just don't think it goes quite far enough.
Well, what I think, the only thing I would say, Larissa, that our executive director is a level 4, but we have a cap on that level 4 since 2007, you say. It's a starting place. Once we don't have, if I understand this correctly, if we get the cap lifted, we can in future legislative sessions work towards a different level without a cap. But I think it's important for us or for myself to tell the decision makers, is it's still going to be commissioners setting their executive director salary. It would just give us more leeway to raise that salary. We're still going to set that salary.
Even though the state auditor's office recommended that our executive director remain in salary group 4, that doesn't mean that the legislature will take that. I mean, they could still say that we could go to group 5 and
Sure.
use that range.
This is
So
a start.
That's still a possibility.
Do we have any other questions, or do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the executive director's salary rate as discussed today.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the executive director's salary rate as discussed today. Is there any further discussion?
I have one question.
Yes.
Is Hager, the new auditor, is it somebody in his office that was recommended that he stay at level 4?
No, that was the state auditor's office. It's a separate office.
It's
This
the
separate.
comptroller's Hager.
Mr. John Keel is our state auditor, but it's the classification office within there. They just do a routine study every couple of years on executive salary.
Just curious.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Larissa, thank you very much. Well done. Now we will go to Gene.
For legal and compliance.
For legal and compliance
What I'm gonna do
activities.
is I'm going to let Mary Ludiker handle the legal, and as such, too, she can kind of a session get going to.
Okay.
Aware of some legislation that's out there.
Great.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good
As
morning.
always, it's an honor to have the opportunity to present to you, and now that we are in our 3rd week of the legislative session, you might see me more frequently over the next couple of commission meetings we have. I'm just going to give you some dates with the legislative session that are of interest or that you might want to highlight, and then give you some ideas, some legislation that has been filed that is directly affecting the agency or may directly affect the agency if it has. The legislative session is a 140-day regular session. It started on Tuesday, January 13th. At the beginning of the session, it's kind of like a marathon. You're running slow, pacing yourself, but when we get closer to that 60th day mark, which will be March 13th this year, and that's the filing deadline for most legislation, things will really start to pick up. The final day of the session is June, or the regular session is June 1st, and that's that 140th day. So far, we have had one bill that directly affects the agency. You have a copy of that in your binder under the legal part. It's House Bill 809, and that would change the composition of our commission. It would increase the numbers from 13 to 15. And I'm going to highlight the part that is changed is on page 2 and it's underlined. The 14th member would have to be an individual who raises livestock, but not more than 20 animal units each year, provided by subsection A1. And that just says that AgriLife will be deciding and determining what an animal unit is. And the 15th commissioner would be an individual who raises poultry, but not more than 100 birds each year. In addition to increasing the number of our commissioners, we would also change the qualification of our public members, and that is on page 3, subsection C, and it says a significant portion of the operations of which involves animals that are regulated by the commission. That would be a qualification that it's not met, meaning if you do have a significant portion of an operation which involves animals that are regulated by THC, you would not be qualified as a public member for the Texas Animal Health Commission. This was filed last Tuesday. I really have no additional background information on that particular bill because I've been at taught. Thank you all for letting me participate in that Texas Agricultural Lifetime Leadership Program. But I will be looking for additional information and sharing that with you as I receive it. In addition to this legislation, that's the only bill that directly affects THC, other than House Bill 1, which was introduced, and that is the appropriations bill that was recommended by the House. Stephen Luna went over that information, most of it, so I'm not going to repeat what he has said, but that documentation and information is available behind that bill. The one thing I would say is, in addition to the information he shared, the House version strikes our unexpended balance authority, which is that authority that when we have money left over in, let's say, the first fiscal year, 2016, we can carry it over to 2017. And so we'll be having some dialogue on what was the driving for striking that authority, because that is important on how we look at our budget and allocate to make sure we meet all of our needs in both fiscal years. With that, I will say, and we just talked about the salary compensation for our executive director, and it's important to have the commissioner's input and participation during the legislative session. And yesterday evening, I received a call late in the afternoon that identified our first known hearing for appropriations. Actually, it's on the finance side, the Senate Finance Committee, and we'll be meeting on February 20th. So if you want to mark that down, we'd appreciate to have commissioners in attendance to support or be available with questions if needed. The time is not determined, but I'll share that with you. Last, for the new commissioners, I do send out a bill report periodically during session. Those are typically on Friday because that's the day that most of our legislators head back to their normal activities and lives and jobs at home, and so I'm in the office most of those days. And so start looking for those reports either this Friday, and if there's no activity or updates from what I've provided today, they'll start the following week. I'm available for any questions if there are any.
Can you send us an email in advance when you find out the time of that hearing?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'll do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary.
All right, Commissioners, I'm going to talk compliance before doing it. There's one other legal issue to make you aware of. It's kind of came on the session. Last session, there was legislation passed that requires that any commissioners appointed for a governing body have to take a 1-hour training in procurement law. And I think particularly if you follow now, there's been a big issue at the Department of Health and Human Services over some contract issues. And so something became aware of, Senator Zaffarini passed it. So compliance will not take place until September 1 of 2016, but what's going to require is The comptroller has a webinar. It's only given every third Thursday of the month for 1 hour, costs $25, which we'll pay for. I will be sending you out information on that. I just wanted to let that percolate and look forward to an opportunity to better understand procurement law in the state of Texas. So,
I'm also wondering about that.
yeah. Anyway, all right, so now I'm going to switch into compliance real quick. As you can see, the two investigators, it's always busy. We've gotten over 64 requests for which we sent out 40 letters, so we're a total of 6 complaints filed. Most of our stuff tends to be border issues coming in from out of state, but I will say that they've done quite a bit. Both of the investigators down in the Fever Pig zone, working to try to ensure that folks comply with inspecting and putting their animals up. You know, I do want to take note, and it'll be more important when we acknowledge him later, but you know, Dr. Greg Hawkins has been a great support for this agency. We get his area, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas. He is very vigilant and doing a tremendous job in terms of compliance. He's very diligent. He keeps busy, but I think he keeps folks honest, making sure that they do what they're supposed to. So I just want to, as we'll transition later, to acknowledging him, just a hat of gratitude for what he has done for the agency. He's been a tremendous asset for compliance purposes for the state of Texas. So, and I don't know if y'all have any questions.
I think so. I think we're ready to move on to item 15 unless there's another question.
All right. We'll start with the first rule proposed we have. This is the first one we talked about by Dr. Ellis and Dr. Cole. This is our authorized personnel program, which is for the chronic waste and disease sample collection. This is something that was authorized or came about through the National CWD program, which we're now putting in place a program to validate that, as well as put in place requirements and standards that they must apply to. I don't know if you have any specific questions regarding this.
I don't think so. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendment to Chapter 47, authorized personnel located in Title IV of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We have approved item 15A, Chapter 47, authorized personnel. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item B.
The next rule I bring to you for proposal is in our entry requirements, Chapter 51. This is specifically regarding equine. Dr. Ellis noted we have historically had a 45-day standard for out-of-state health certificates for animals coming in. However, based on, frankly, as he noted, all the disease issues and trying to make sure that we are at the same standards as the federal standards, it is being reduced from 45 days to 30 days, the validity of the health certificate. We also, too, did a little bit of cleanup, too, in terms of some of the language in our general requirements, just to use the more applicable language, but it's not substantive, it's just to put clarity into the rules.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments in Chapter 51, entry requirements located in Title IV of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve item 15B, Chapter 51, entry requirements. Is there any discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Gene, can I add one thing right there? Just kind of a heads up, especially for Dr. Vickers and Dr. Edmiston. When we were working on the language for this proposal, I asked the dumb question, well, what about our intrastate health certificate rules? We don't have any. And there's the only rules on how to write a health certificate are on the book, on the list of the book. And as we move forward to the authorized personnel, sophistication for working with our veterinarians, I think what I'm going to suggest is we have a working group with TVMA and practicing veterinarians and you guys both and try and put down at least some good common sense things that should be in a rule, like you gotta sign it, you know. I mean, there's no rule related to writing a health certificate if you don't cross the state line in Texas Animal Health Commission right now. So I want to go forward with y'all's concurrence. We actually need to take a look at that and somewhat mirror the interstate rules, but more logically just put down some good common sense things that a veterinarian should do when they write a health certificate. And that'll take another working group, Chairman. And I mean, I would hope that you two guys could help us with that, and then we'll work with our stakeholders. But it's just, I don't know what happened. I don't know, we've got health certificates, but no rules of even how to do them. And so we need to look at that.
The EIA regulations, you know, that's, you know.
Yeah, but it's just,
it's, everybody's got their coggins for them.
I mean.
You know, the health certificate's been sliding.
So I'm just giving y'all a heads up, we'll be talking to y'all about, I don't even know where to start other than just take the form. There's now a national data set standard where there's a national standard for what a health certificate should say. We realized, I just found out the other day, we have a reconsigning block. Most states don't allow you to reconsign a health certificate at a sale. And I kind of stumbled into asking some of my counterparts, well, can a non-vet, in other words, could a sale-born guy at a purebred sale just say the bull came in with a health certificate and it was bought by another guy in another state, and they just say, well, this guy bought it and the health certificate's still valid? And they don't even allow that. I'm not saying we change any of that, but what I realized was there's a lot of things about Texas health certificates that it's at least time to talk about, and y'all can help figure out what is appropriate. But evidently we started making health certificates in 1957 or whatever, and they just started, they just made them. So we might want to, I'll
We've
get
got
with
our
you guys on
specific
that.
equine certificate.
Well, the equine certificate, and we didn't talk about that, but that'll be affected by the proposed CVI change. And I guess I don't know, I mean, I'm not sure how we're going to deal with that. I'll talk to Gene and Mary whether that's a separate or whether this falls in there. But
Well, whenever you need to convene that working group, these two
You wanna
guys will
come?
be willing to.
You don't wanna come?
help you. I'm not a veterinarian.
all right, I just want to take the opportunity to let y'all know, and we can talk privately about it. But we have a void in what would make
All right, the last rule proposal I bring you, chapter 55.9, this is specific to feral swine. Once again, as Dr. Ellis indicated, what we were just trying to do is to, with all the issues related to feral swine, trying to frankly to make sure we get more folks to utilize the systems and recognize some of the inter-transportation movements. We were removing the 2 fence standards, putting it down to 1. And then 2, we also at the same time were cleaning up some of how the rule was written. Mary's an excellent editor, so she goes in and we work on these. She helps to refine them and make them more grand.
Jay, you all good with this?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I move the proposed amendments to Chapter 55, swine, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I move the notice of proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register in a 30-day comment period.
Second. Been moved and seconded that we approve item 15C, chapter 55, swine. Is there any further discussion or any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Gene, before we get to item 16, if I understood it right, was there any public comment from item A through item B?
There was one, and I forgot to acknowledge, and that was on the
LT.
Huh?
The
The
LT.
LT. The Poultry Federation actually submitted one in support of that rule where we put an entry requirement ensuring that folks that use the vaccine, the LT vaccine, and they shed it later, that they have to disclose that.
So none against any of these? None against?
CEO.
No, there were no comments or anything. The only
Yeah.
comment was from the Poultry Federation in support of that particular one. There was no comments.
So you can move through these pretty quickly.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
First one on the block, chapter 40, CWD. It's just bringing together the 2 zones that were separate and just making it into one standard zone.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendments to Chapter 40, Chronic Wasting Disease, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve item 16A, Chapter 40, Chronic Wasting Disease. Is there any discussion? Not all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next one, chapter 43, is the movement restriction zone out of El Paso. It was being modified in response to the epidemiological assessment done by the agency in testing. It reduced the zone, made it apply only to cattle, and removed the annual testing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendments, chapter 43, tuberculosis, located Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. We approve item 16B, chapter 43, tuberculosis. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next chapter is chapter 49.5, or chapter 49 equine, and this is pyroplasmosis. This was a modifying requirement that we had for equine entering the racetrack. They must have a negative pyro test, and it was brought in to include unlicensed facilities where quarter horses are known to race and be a risk issue.
It just changed the definition from a sanctioned, a racing facility is not a sanctioned, it's sanctioned or unsanctioned racing is the definition of racing facility, which by default would say a horse running at a brush track has to have a pyro test. And as y'all, and just to clarify further, as y'all know, we've already passed the waiver on test requirements for thoroughbreds at sanctioned tracks. That's already been, y'all have already approved that, support of that. This doesn't affect that. What this would say though is if there's a thoroughbred at a brush track on a Sunday afternoon, they need to have a pyro test or a quarter horse. Any equine at a non-sanctioned event would now be, it still would be considered a racing facility. And so they would have EIA and pyro test requirements both applied to them at a non-sanctioned track.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendment to Chapter 49 equine located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We approve item 16C, chapter 49 equine. Any discussion?
It's good that they're peace officers now, so they're going to enforce this.
Yeah.
No, I will, no, this is a very hard thing, and I've actually been talking with people that do go out with it. This is not something we're going to go out to by ourselves.
Don't send one guy out there.
Oh, absolutely not. No, it's
Understood. Any other discussion? None, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next one I bring is chapter 51, entry requirements. This literally was bringing the swine identification requirements in line with the national standards done by the federal identification rules, and recognizing the various types of swine identification that can move in.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adopt the amendments to Chapter 51 entry requirements located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve item 16D, chapter 51 entry requirements. Is there any further discussion or any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the last rule I bring you is chapter 57. This is the chicken embryo origin laryngotracheitis vaccine virus, to make sure that if an animal is exposed to that they have to disclose it on the health certificate.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the amendment to Chapter 57, poultry located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We approve item 16E, chapter 57, poultry. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Gene, thank you very much. Item 17, I have not had any formal request for public comment. So with that, we will move to item 18. Dr. Ellis, to our recognition and awards.
Let's do Dexter, then Amy, then Greg, then Amy, then Greg, then Amy. Y'all, Holly, you got the first two, Dr. Hughes Garza. We have two retirements and a long tenured award.
All right.
That are worthy of recognition. I'll do Amy then if Dexter's, that's the problem with Dexter. He's getting old, he wandered off, I guess. Yeah, he's been standing beats arms up the door. Go ahead and do Amy, it doesn't matter.
given the opportunity to recognize a couple of employees who have been serving the state of Texas since I was in grade school. But I will do my best.
Wow.
I'm just starting my career. I would be lucky to have a career like a couple of these folks have had with the agency. So, Ms. Amy Ramage here will, as Ray mentioned, retire from her position as quality manager at the Austin Lab after more than 28 years of service to Texas. Amy hired on with the Animal Health Commission in 1986 as a lab technician in the Fort Worth lab. After being there only 6 months, she was promoted to director of that lab. And she was in that position for the majority of her career here. In addition to running the day-to-day operations in Fort Worth, she worked on many of the protocols that we use for our entire lab system throughout the 80s, 90s, 2000s. In 1989, she also took on the role of MSDS coordinator for the agency. So she helped ensure that all Animal Health Commission employees knew about the chemicals that they work with in their daily work and that they knew what safety precautions to take with them. She was credited with helping the agency receive a Safety Excellence Award in 2002 and has served on the agency safety committee for, I think, most of her time at the Animal Health Commission. Amy also served as interim director of the agency lab system for a very busy 6 months in 2011 after the retirement of our predecessor. At that time, major projects included choosing and implementing a new computer software for the lab, closing 2 labs in Lubbock and Palestine, and a fairly major change in test methods for brucellosis. And so she picked an interesting time to be interim director. I had the opportunity to look at some of the comments made by the supervisors that Amy's had over the years before my time, and it's very consistent praise of her organizational skills, her technical skills. Working at the lab, you have to kind of be a mechanic and a customer service person and a friendly face and all of that. I think Amy's done very well. She's also always been praised for her professionalism and her attitude and dedication to the agency. So it was pretty neat to read through all of that. One of the notes that I found was when USDA did a brucellosis review of all of our labs in 2008, the Fort Worth lab was noted as having the best quality assurance, best quality control, which is kind of interesting because the position she ended up taking in Austin, I thought that was neat because her skills that she used in Fort Worth for so long have now benefited the Austin lab too. And she was really involved in developing the documents that got our lab into the National Animal Health Lab Network, which I think you guys know by now was kind of a big deal for us. So when the Fort Worth lab, that was the last satellite lab to be closed in the agency in 2013. And so Amy not only took on the task of closing that lab down, but we were lucky enough that she accepted transfer to Austin to be our first full-time quality manager. And so I think, again, we really are lucky that she was able to bring those skills here for the last couple of years. She's going to be really missed, not just in the lab, but the agency as a whole for what she's contributed. So, now, you can't cry, because then I'm going to cry.
I'll hand it back.
So, in recognition to Amy's service to Texas, I'm proud to present her with a flag.
Is that a flag?
Capital.
You also saw it.
Commissioners, Chairman Morales, Dr. Ellis, everybody, thank you so much. This means a whole lot to me, I'm sorry. I've met a personal goal as well as a milestone, and I love this agency and everything I've done for it. When I look around, there's so many coworkers and so many good friends, and as well as new faces that makes me so excited to know that this agency will excel. And that means a whole lot to me. I'm very proud, and I thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your
So, Dr. Dexter Nunn, he started with the agency in 1979 when I was 3 years old. As a clerk in the mailroom, and quickly rose up to a lab tech, and finally a microbiologist. One of the things that has always been said about him, even since his very first performance evaluation up until the last one that I did, was that he stays until the work is done. And that's something that we've always been able to rely on Dexter for, is that throughout all these years, he's always put the agency first. He's never thought that a job could be finished tomorrow when it can be done today, and it's someone I just can always rely on. I'll never forget the first thing he said to me when I started working there, was that you always want to put your chair low because he and I have very similar body types, so you want to have enough room for your belly. He's worked on many tests. He helped with the PCFIA and a bunch of tests at RST microtiter that I don't even recognize. I mean, he's a wealth of knowledge and someone that everyone has been able to benefit from. He trains inspectors and the veterinarians as they come in for car tests, and he fills their heads with ideas and stories, and has helped a lot of our inspectors with understanding the agency from the lab perspective, which has always been appreciated. He's been nothing but a smiling face every day when he comes in and when he leaves. And with that, I would just want to say that I'd like to honor you with this official THC Livestock Inspector badge. So let me go ahead and pin that on you.
Don't look at me.
Yeah.
I don't have any blood.
Yeah. This is trust. This is trust.
Bleed on that shirt for the show.
Yeah. Thank you very much for everything you've done.
Tell him he's not retiring. This is a service
Oh,
award.
yeah, this is a service.
35 years.
Oh, okay.
35 years, right?
35 years, yeah.
Wow.
Still,
Well, I'm glad we're not losing that institutional knowledge.
Yeah.
That's very important. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I do is pass on things that I have learned. I don't think Ray told you about the 5-minute rule. If you ain't 5 minutes early to work, you consider late to me. And since then, you've been like a sucking wife, and I treated her as one. She took care of me, so I got to take care of her.
And I do want to say I'm glad Dexter has not decided to retire quite yet. I hope he'll stick with us a little bit longer.
Oh, well, let them go first. Yeah. Let them go first. Dr. Hawkins is up next, and he's getting a USDA award and Animal Health Commission recognition as he does retire as our Region 4 Director.
Dr. Hawkins has been so diligent on his compliance that when he finds federal issues, he sends it over, and so they've appreciated it so much. They sent quite a few of their investigators to actually give him an award. So I had Morris Smith here from Elgin, who works with us and does a great job. He wants to give Dr. Hawkins an award for all his compliance help with USDA.
Good afternoon. My name is Morris Smith, and Dr. Hawkins has been a good friend of us, and he's given us a lot of work out of his area. So we had a certificate of appreciation for him here in recognition and appreciation for your vigilance in reporting federal violations to the USDA APHIS Investigative Enforcement Service. Your commitment with respect to compliance with interstate regulation represents the best tradition of both the Texas Animal Health Commission, the USDA, and APHIS. Thank you very much.
And I think I've got the last one. I'm going to probably try too. So Dr. Hawkins is our Region 4 Director in Mount Pleasant, and he's going to retire in February. So Greg, I've got
some stuff I want to read and a couple of testimonials. So Greg was hired in 1989 as a field vet and working primarily with the brucellosis program. He covered at that time Bowie, Camp, Cass, Greg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Red River, and Upshur counties. He did that for 13 years and was promoted to be regional director in 2000.
Less than ideal regional director.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that. So over the years, just give you some idea of the diversity of what Greg has done for us. We had a VS outbreak in Rusk County in '97. He went to all the TB tests in El Paso in the late '90s. So many Piney Woods hog tests, you can't count them all for swine brucellosis and Cedar rabies. He was one of the first vets for the agency to get involved in foreign animal disease issues. And as the newly trained FAD diagnostician, he responded to England and worked in the foot and mouth disease outbreak there in 2001. He was involved in the 2003 exotic Newcastle disease outbreak in El Paso. The Columbia shuttle disaster, he was the lead person for us as they went around and picked up the pieces, and there was actually some issues with animal health related to the shuttle disaster. Greg was our leader in that regard, also in 2003. He was involved with the area command for numerous hurricanes, including Ike. Sat right here and helped us manage all that. In 2010 to 2012, he represented the agency on a national carcass disposal initiative in which he attended numerous meetings and gave talks and presentations as we worked through with USDA on carcass disposal issues. He's also active in U.S. Animal Health. He's spoken at many of the meetings and primarily related to swine brucellosis subcommittee. So Greg's worked on so many internal committees, we can't name them, just can't name them all. But, you know, he's the guy that we could go to. He always remembered facts and he remembered why things happened. He was our historian. I'd call him and say, why did we do that in 2004? Remember Dr. Hillman said? So he was our history guy, and he had a knack for attention to details. And so for this reason, we wore him out saying, Greg, proofread this rule, make sure it's right. Can you read this and tell us before we submit comments? You know, he was that guy. He was very good at writing. And so with that said, I'll just say, Greg, you've remained true to your family and your faith throughout your career. And I personally probably challenged that numerous times. I tried to get him, he doesn't have any bad habits. No, he doesn't drink and he doesn't cuss, and I tried to get him to do both. I mean, he just
a lot of times you didn't know you were putting your
he did those things, he kept the secrets. So, but I think, you know, he's a family man and very faithful to his religion, and I think that's commendable. So I have a few quotes. Greg, Dr. Dow, who's the Fort Worth Regional Director, said, Greg always provided me with a generous dose of knowledge and history of our disease programs and their administration during my training, a process which is still ongoing, and I will miss having the ability to call Greg at any time. So Joe Kelsey, y'all remember, he retired about 6 or 7 years ago. He was supervisor inspector for 20-something years in the Panhandle, very well-respected supervisor. And he said Greg was the most enjoyable supervisor I ever had in my 30-year career. And he made the last 8 years so enjoyable as my boss, and I always appreciate that. Joe went on to say that he felt like Greg and him made a good team, and you were easy to work with. And something that stood out to him was your memory, and you do remember facts very well. So he said he couldn't say enough about what a good man Dr. Hawkins was. So now as your supervisor inspector now, Chip Nicholson. A little bit different. So he had a lot of funny stories, but he said the main thing he wanted to remind Greg was that when Greg was selected, he didn't think he was the best candidate. He said, I knew him, but not very well, but I didn't really think he was the right guy for the job. But he went on to grow on him, and he said that he realizes now y'all had the same goals, and you had the same honor to make the Region 4 the best region in the state. He said you didn't always agree on every decision, but he knew at the end of the day what y'all did was best for the agency. His personality is to get it done in a hurry, and yours was to think through and do it in the correct way, and he always appreciated that. And finally, Dr. Hank Hayes, who is the federal VMO for the region, and actually who's going to replace Greg. We've hired Dr. Hayes to go to work as our region director. Hank said Greg Hawkins has been a great mentor and a friend, and Greg's qualities that he values the most are your moral and ethical clarity, as well as your dedication to animal agriculture. So I will just finish this by saying to Greg, you know, you've been a great asset to the agency. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, and you're the real deal, man. You're a good friend and a co-worker, and he's given me a lot of advice. We both commute every day, so we talk on the phone a lot. Sometimes we go, oh man, it's great calling. But I realize that that's helped me stay in touch with the field, and Greg, you've been a mentor to me too, and counsel. And I just want to say thanks for all you've done, and I wish you the best of luck in your next career. And he's actually buying out a family business and going to start selling life insurance, and probably making a lot more money than you working for us. So, but he's been with us now for many, many years. So Greg, I want to present to you, this is a flag that flew over the Capitol. And once you put this in a frame and take it and let you know how much we honor you, I'll let you say something.
Same sentiments as Amy. I want to thank the commission, past commissioners, for giving us out in the field the ability to do our job. Give us the support to do our job, which a lot of times is not the easiest. But we did it with y'all's support. Appreciate that, appreciate the leadership. As Dr. Ellis said, about giving him advice, a lot of times he didn't listen to it. We could always agree to disagree. Bob Hillman specifically, I know when asked me one time, when Dee had applied for the staff position, he asked me what I thought about it. So some of you guys out here might blame me for that, I don't know. But I look at it, I told Dr. Hillman, I said, one thing about it, you're not going to have to ask Dee what he thinks. He's going to let you know. And I said, he's going to tell you that to your face, and he's not going to tell you one thing to your face and something else behind your back. And I said, you can always, I said, Dee and I have not always agreed, but we've been able to agree to disagree, and we've been able to get past it. I mean, there's no hard feelings, so appreciate that. There was one, I think, John Maruski used to work here, told me one time that Dr. Ellis had said, that Greg Hawkins, he's good at identifying issues. Well, I finally read between the lines. I think what he actually, that was his politically correct way of saying I'm a troublemaker. So, if you think I've raised trouble, was a troublemaker, with you as my boss, just wait. I still intend to provide comments and stay engaged in animal health matters. And I think over the last few years, you probably realized, that relationship we had, it really didn't muzzle me in any way. I was pretty plain spoken. You knew what I thought, and again, we agreed to disagree and go on.
But Greg, we usually agreed, right? Okay,
See?
never mind.
Good said, I've got a good memory.
All right.
I'm going to decline to answer that question. But again, it's been a great career. Appreciate it. And, look forward to maintaining relationships and new endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more, Dr. Ellis?
That's it.
I know you guys have kind of watched me and seen me run a lot of meetings, and item 15 and item 16, we kind of blew through those. It was for a reason that we just witnessed right now. The people that are both make up this agency, and we appreciate what everybody does and the tenure that they've put in. And I wanted to make sure we left them enough time to truly recognize those great individuals. So with that, We do not have a need to go into closed session, so item 19 and item 20 we'll skip over. We'll look at a possible May date. It's going to have to be late May. I have a lot of, I know personally, I have a lot of stuff going on April, May. So when is the latest, Dr. Ellis, you think we can go? Would it be possible to go into, I think with the legislative session finishing, we sure want to have another meeting prior to the end of the session, which is when, Mary?
June 1st.
June 1st.
My recommendation would be the 26th of May. It's a Tuesday.
Okay.
If you get into June, actually, some of the state vets, including me, have pressured a lot of national organizations to quit having meetings in the spring because of legislative issues. And so starting June 1, there's some conflicts, not that I couldn't come, but I would suggest the 26th of May as the first choice because it's the session's not over, but it's almost over. There's probably going to be almost nothing left that we won't know about.
Okay.
And that's late in May, which truthfully would give the TRIC working group time to meet and then give us time to promulgate the language for any rules that y'all might need to consider. So that would be my first choice.
And Amanda, why don't you just send that out? We'll make sure we have enough in attendance and we'll go from there. But we'll tentatively pencil in May 26th. And with that, if there's no further business, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.